Delegates.
Honorable Chair, Likai. Kipiti Amunati, Honorable Chair. Thank you for asking. How are you, Chair? How Chair Juang Juali? Naki bitu wena room kotle habidi hararu. Kitsamaye ki kutule bohloko ka jenule. Mpa ki feditse akere jwale Chair.
Ngwana mme wa tseba nna ke motho wa kgotsa.
Ka nnete ko tseba le jwalo. Dilo tse tla hlahella mo tla nthibela tsona akere jwale Chair.
Ke tlo leka ho thibela wona ngwana mme wa tseba ke batle letho ka wena.
Now ke leboha haholo ke a leboha haholo.
O le ready man?
I know re preparile the responses, and then as the members, you should have a copy of response at DOT. I get able to la fumana na.
Ngwana mme ka nnete ke bone.
Okay, ntate.
Ntle live ke tshwere ke ntho tse ke sa di tsebeng le nna ba tseba dintho tsa lefatshe di ngata.
Ntate.
Mara je yona ke sa jwalo.
Okay. Ntate ke kopa o check o re guide he hore o batla hore re nke through clause by clause and then through the whole document kapa we attend the one item and then we will the discussions.
Yeah, no, ke nana. I didn't get an item.
Sorry, check each item per time.
Yeah, so that it's got at the end of the meeting.
It's 18 hours.
Yeah, but you re duka the item tse ka ofela ka ntwe le nngwe.
Okay. Ya leboha Chair.
Okay. No, o lokile ntate. Valerie?
Chairperson, good evening.
How's your evening?
Load shed, but I'm fine, thank you.
No, I'm okay. We have 2 items, if not 3. The deliberations on the economic regulation bill on transport, and the meeting on the Moloto corridor, where we will be giving Treasury a platform in terms of these reports that they've sent to us. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, and the department also sent a report yesterday. So there are 2 reports, one from Treasury, which is going to be the main agenda, and another one from the department.
Okay, so we may want to allow the department to say something before we deal with these issues.
Yes, Chair, and then the issue that we talked about yesterday about the draft committee program. That's one item that we need to look at before the committee adjourns today.
Okay, just remind me of that. How many members are there in the meeting?
I only see 3 so far. It's yours. Okay, there's 4 now. It's Mr. Mabena, Mr. May, Mr. Sitole, Mr. Winsinger, and yourself. Now I see now there's five members.
There's now 5 members, and we are 1 minute away from our starting time. Yeah.
And I only have an apology for Ms. Noluchungu for this week. And I know Mr. Setlolo, he declined the meeting. He won't be here.
Okay. We're just waiting for McDonald or Mr. Manu. Honorable members, good evening.
So was the chairperson? No one among that.
Oh, ninjani siragela phambili bahlekazi.
Honorable McDonald has declined the invitation as well.
You can't do that, man. You can't do that. This meeting will be dull if he's not here. I can see Honorable Figila is also here. Valerie, am I correct?
Yes, yeah, Ms. Fikile just joined, and I think there was somebody else that just joined. Let me see. And it seems like Ms. Noluchungu sent me a message now. She can also join now. I've sent her the link.
Yeah, so we can move on.
You can start the meeting now, Chair. There's enough members to start the meeting.
Honorable Chris Unsinger, sawubona ba.
Good evening, Chairperson. Good evening, colleagues and all staff. Chairperson, through you, may I request that we get the presentations of the submissions which we had on the traffic bill. I had a bad signal several times and sadly missed some of the content which could be assisted in receiving some of the PowerPoint presentations. If we would be so kindly supplied by those. Thank you, Chairperson.
Submissions on the National Road Amendment Bill.
The NRTA, yes, Chairperson, NRTA. The last two sessions in particular, because I lost signal several times and only picked up after a couple of slides later. So it would be really nice if we could receive those PowerPoints.
Masati?
Chair, I have just before Maslati, but that was after working hours. I'm sure she'll be able to send it to members tomorrow.
I can see them. Okay. Okay.
I've received the last two presentations just before 5 from yesterday's presenters. So I've sent it to Ms. Maslati, but like I said, that was after 5 already. So when she has time, she will forward it to members, because it's not only to members, it's also to the legal advisors and to the department.
I've already received some, Honorable Hunsinger. You must just check on your emails. Maslati sent me some.
Thank you, Chairperson. Currently, yes. we have to work savingly with the powers. I haven't had a look yet, since we've got to be on the.
Yeah, no, I have them. I can see them here. I have them. Saia, just please check. But if you don't get them, we are ready to work with you so that we all have the same information. Thank you, sir. Honorable members, good evening to every one of you. Thursday evening, I hope we are energetic and we will be able to carry through what we need to carry through today. I think we have about 3 items. I must indicate we are going to start with the economic regulation on bill on transport. That is bill number 1 of 2020. And then we'll be deliberating on that. And then we'll then deal with one of the issues that is close to our heart, that is a meeting with Treasury on Moloto corridor, and they have a presentation that they've already sent to us, and the department as well will be given an opportunity to say what they have sent to us. Then we'll thirdly deal with the draft committee program as we open, and then we'll be done for the evening. Good evening, everybody from our officials. Valerie, who's here on behalf of the department. I've seen that Sikudo is here. Who else is here?
Advocate Masambuka earlier signing in. I saw There's Mr. Sukudo, Chair, Mr. Chikamvi. Let me just go down the list. Mr. Hassane, the media person from the department, and I see the legal people, Ms. Padziri, Mr. Mukobiane, Ms. Mpondo. That's the department's people so far, Chair, and our Parliament legal advisor.
Ms. Mpondo.
Good evening, Chair.
Where's the minister and the deputy minister, ma'am?
The deputy minister is here on he has logged in, and Kuki, the minister is presenting in another meeting. He will log in at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes, for particular Moloto rail corridor, Chair.
Okay, because we wanted the department to be here so that we are in tandem.
Yes.
Even on this ERT bill. That's okay.
All right, Chair.
Let's allow the department Ntate Masombuga. Are you here, sir?
Thank you, Chairperson. Adam Masombuga from the Department of Transport, and good evening, honorable members. We will be presenting, we've submitted 2 documents, a write-up on the reasons why CBRTA, that is Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, and NPTR and others are excluded from the bill. And also we've got a template that clarifies the clause by clause provisions which were supposed to be further clarified to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Mr. Mokezi Skuda will take us through the 2 documents. Thank you, Chairperson, and through you over to Mr. Mokezi.
Thank you very much, Advocate. I like the spirit. I'm sure we'll endeavor to deal with this bill in a very cool manner so that we can also ensure that we conclude it amicably. And that is Kudo Mrenak.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and good afternoon to the officials of the department and the officials of Parliament, and good afternoon to the Office of the State Law Advisor. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to the department to give a presentation on the 2 key issues that the advocate has mentioned. Through you, Chair, I think I would start, but I will be advised by yourself, Chair. I would start to present the write-up document that talks to why the exclusion of CBRTA, the National Public Transport Regulator, and other regulators, but I'll be guided by yourself. Then following that, it will be a presentation on the clause by clause that was requested for clarification. I don't know whether that is in order for you, Chair, but the write-up, I would probably summarize it and not take you through it in detail if that's what the Chair would deem to be appropriate. But I'll hear from you, Chair. Thank you.
As for your head, sir, I agree with you.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to share the document for the purposes of navigating the committee on the issues. Chair, just to confirm, this is the first document or one of the documents that we have shared with the Chair. I don't know if the Chair can see it.
Yes, very clear, despite the fact that I don't have my 4 eyes here, but I can see clearly.
Okay, Chair, this document's title, basically, it's named write-up on reasons why CBRTA, NPTR, and other regulators are excluded from the ERT bill. Obviously, we should have quantified it that at the initial inception stage, but we will come to that, Chair. So this document aims to navigate the committee and provides the efforts from the department to explain the reasons behind excluding these regulators, Chair. I think while I'm there, Chair, it is important when we going through this document to try and distinguish between regulators and regulated entities. I think sometimes when discussions are engaged, there seems to be a discussion on the combination of the two being similar, which is not the case. The focus is on economic regulators, which then aims to regulate regulated entities like Transnet, ATNS, AXA, and so forth, Chair. I think I needed just to clear that one. This document, Chair's table of content, looks at a brief background. In the main, it talks to why the multimodal multimodal economic regulator approach, and it gives some reasons and problems that we need to articulate when we are having a single transport economic regulator. It then talks to item 2 that provides reasons of excluding the entities that we're talking about, the regulators, using the STEP business case document that the committee should have in their records, but we have, because we have shared it with the committee. Then it looks at the reasons of the exclusions of the regulators from the options analysis report. The committee will realize previously they have mentioned there's 2 key base document or foundational document that informs the bill that we are talking about, Chair, because if you read the bill on its own, it may make it difficult to understand why certain options were adopted from the bill itself. So reading the bill together with those 2 documents, the STEP business case as well as the options analysis report, it's very critical. We then highlight, which we started discussing the item 4, the implications of basically reconsidering to rewrite the bill if indeed we have to include the other regulators that we just mentioned. Then the summary, Chair, that's basically the approach of this document. Obviously, in terms of the background, Chair, 2nd, 5th, and 9th of March, the deliberation sessions basically discussed this point at length. And it basically emanated from the fact that the discussions were at the stage where we were trying to close the discussions on the bill on Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, wherein Schedule 1 talks to consequential amendments that the bill is considering to effect so that the implementation of the single transport economic regulator is implemented. Then Schedule 2 talks to the transition provisions. And one of the questions that was raised under the transition provisions was that why are we flagging only the port economic regulator and not other regulators, which then brought us to where we are at the current moment, Chair. So in our view, in view of the concern raised, so this document seeks to provide the rationale behind the exclusions of these economic regulators. We start by basically looking at item 2. That is the exclusion of economic regulators reasons through the business case that we have on the table as we speak now, Chair, that has been completed and it's ready for consideration by National Treasury. One of the points that we needed to address and discuss was we currently have single regulator per mode. And this has a layer of parallel functions, responsibilities, and resources. What then is it possible for us to do was that let's consider to remodel the economic regulation of the transport sector by having a single institution that would be under a multimodal approach, which is why we have the transport economic regulator that we're talking about. I think the other issue that seemed to have been a confusion was the difference between STAIR, which is the single transport economic regulator project in totality, and one of the projects within the STAIR, it's the ERT bill, which is the economic regulation of transport bill. So there are 2 differences between the 2 issues, Chair. So the bill, it's ERT. The project in totality, it's called a single transport economic regulator. Thus, in designing the new transport economic regulator, Chair, we had to decide between a multimodal and a single mode of economic regulation in the transport sector. And one of the things that we had to look at to do that was the economies of scale. The the amount of work that needs to be done by the regulator and the cascading of information, which I'll come to that item. Basically, in terms of economic scale, economic regulation of some transport mode is likely to only require intermediate oversight and limited staff members, because rail is not the same as maritime, is not the same as aviation. So as much as the structure that we have now is modally based, but the component of rail in terms of staffing it, in terms of the focus areas, will be totally different to other subsectors of transport. That's really the key point that should be taken out of this. But there would be greater case flow for results in economies of scale, in the creation of precedents and procedure. And that would then allow the transfer of regulatory learnings between sectors, meaning that by having this multimodal economic regulator, you then house all the modes that deals with economic regulation in the transport sector under one. So there would be share of experiences and share of lessons share. So which is very important to basically put it together in such a way that there would be a harmonization of economic regulation in the transport sector. I think the next point that is of critical nature is the cascading failure vis-a-vis the success of it. You know, the issue is that if a large amount of economic activity is regulated by a single regulator, and that regulator is incompetent and inadequately resourced, then a large amount of economic activity is simultaneously exposed to poor regulatory practice. The issue here, Chair, which is basically supporting the view of a stage approach of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 that we have spoken about before, that at an initial stage, maybe let's approach it in a small scale approach and not at a big bang approach, because there's a serious risk of poor functioning of the regulator by overloading it with a lot of work at the beginning. So it's important that the cascading of functions basically is catered for. And I may have to repeat here, Chair, to indicate that I'm a person who comes from a school of thought of experimentalism, or from piloting big projects before you roll them out in fully, so that you can have lessons learned, you can then improve it in an appropriate way and make sure that it becomes a success, than when you put a big bang approach where you wouldn't have an opportunity to basically to deal with it. The other issue that was important to have this multimodal economic regulator, Chair, it's issues of convergence, where there are similar issues, there are issues of interoperability, Chair. We can then consider them under this umbrella or institution that we're talking about. On the whole, Chair, the recommendation from the business case is that the balance of evidence suggests that the structure of regulation in the transport sector should be multimodal. In addition, the risk cascading failure suggests that the scope of this regulator should not be too wide at an inception, and that should be taken not to disrupt existing regulatory structures in the transport sector when unifying them into a single body, Chair, which basically emphasizes the earlier point of saying, let's take it chunk by chunk. This is a big elephant, and roll it out in a phased approach to implement it, Chair. Then in terms of the options analysis, an options analysis, Chair, it's a document that would take one issue and then look at various options as to which options should be adopted by the bill or by the single transport economic regulator project. And each option will be motivated, merits and demerits of each option will then be articulated, Chair. And then in the options analysis, Chair, I think there was a discussion and agreement that there should be minimal scope on stay at startup, which is repeating the same matter, you know. And what then means to us, it means in terms of road, oversight of SANRAL toll prices and of new toll concessions agreement on a cascade, on a case-by-case basis should be adopted. Meaning that in terms of looking the whole road sector, exclude issues of cross-border road transport agency, which is more critical on this point. Exclude issues of national public transport regulator, and exclude any other matter that may be related in terms of the road space, except focus on the SANRAL toll prices, which there are few clauses around this issue, as well as focus on the new toll concession agreements. And under the clause-by-clause clarification document, there's an issue that we needed to clarify here, which in the main, it clarifies the role of STAIR going forward, because there were concerns around STAIR playing a role in current concession agreements. So in terms of road, the focus area would then be that, Chair. And then in terms of rail, it's an issue of access as well as tariff determination in the rail space. And hence we have chapter 2 that then introduces the issues of access, the issues of tariff determination for that specific sector, because currently we don't have a single harmonized framework of economic regulation in the rail space, because Transnet is currently playing a player and a referee role, and that role should then be separated as to the fact that Transnet should be an operator, then the regulator should operate to then become a referee in that specific match, Chair. Then thirdly, civil aviation responsibilities that we are looking at the beginning, it's the regulating committee. This regulating committee, it's a committee that determines tariffs in the aviation space, specifically for the ATNS as well as the AXA. So AXA and ATNS are regulated entities, whereas the regulating committee is one of the regulators within the transport sector. So the scope of application at the beginning will then be towards including the regulating committee. Then in terms of maritime, which is obvious, we have been arguing the fact that the nucleus of building the single transport economic regulator or the transport economic regulator will be through the ports regulator of South Africa. And to that, we then have to look at issues of expanding the scope towards the transport ports terminal as well as the transport national ports terminal. So in a nutshell, that's the scope that we have then adopted, Chair. I think I will try to move forward quickly here, Chair. In terms of regulation, just to sum it up, Chair, there are a number of factors which will affect the likelihood of the state becoming cascading regulatory failure or success across the modes that it regulates. These include adequate resourcing it at an initial stage, ensuring that there's no disruption, avoid complexity at an initial stage, because the focus will be in the main tariff determination will be regulating committee, will be the port regulator, then stage 2 and stage 3 will then come in. Therefore, the establishment of STAIR should entail as little possible disruption to the regulatory processes and capacity of the port regulator and the regulating committee, because it's an institution on its own that needs to be factored in, Chair. I think I would sum it up that way, Chair, not going into details on other areas, but item 4 basically gives the brief analysis that we had to do to say, let's assume the committee adopts an approach of rewriting the bill. And that approach basically was emanating from the discussion of Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. One would then view it to say, that's the only part that needs to be rewritten. However, our analysis just demonstrated that it's not the only 2 sections that needs to be rewritten, but the bill as a whole. And if you rewrite the bill as a whole, what would then be the implications for that? There are a number of implications. Important to that is the fact that we would rewrite the bill indeed as recommended by the portfolio committee, but it would have a number of implications, like we would have to restart the cabinet approval, obviously before the consultations that would have been done under item 3, which is the bullet point item 3. We would have to seek required budget and engage Treasury to provide us with that budget, because we will then have to get resources and expand the scope. And it depends on the number of years in which you're going to do that. We will then have to restart the redrafting in its entirety to ensure that we include the CBRTA and PTR in the schedule as well as in the document in totality, Chair. And what then would happen again, there would be an implication in terms of redrafting the bill, the business case, sorry, redrafting the options analysis and redrafting the socio-economic assessment and obtain approval from DPME on all these documentations, which is the whole new process altogether. So we just wanted to share this with the committee. So in summation, obviously under each item, there were recommendations that we have made. So in terms of the multimodal regulation, we've agreed to have it as a single regulator in the transport sector, where you consolidate all modes of transport in 4 areas: aviation, rail, maritime, and roads, eventually, which is an end state. We have then set the scope of the regulator itself should be focusing on tariff, should be focusing on creating a level playing field. And in terms of role, in terms of road, we then said the stair should be having a jurisdiction specifically for central toll prices, as well as concession agreements. And aviation, rail, it's an introduction of economic regulation. Aviation is to regulate AXA and ATNS through the regulating committee that would be then absorbed by the transport economic regulator. Maritime, it was clear, the ports regulator is quite critical there, Chair. I think an additional information for the committee to note is the fact that it has been viewed from the options analysis and business case that this will be, the transport economic regulator will be a Schedule 3A entity, which will talk to this matter when looking at the document on clauses clarification, Chair. I think institutional and reporting, a dual structure, which is the regulator and the council that we are proposing. The regulator is an administrative organization, and the council, it's a tribunal or an ombudsman. It depends how you put that. We then put in place a board, and there was an argument as to, the bill says the board would be appointed by the minister, and then there's a proposal that has been put on the table by the committee that we need to review that for obvious reasons. Obviously, there will be appointment processes that would have to be considered. Funding sources, in the main, it would be in the fiscus, and then the institution itself will fund itself. And then jurisdictional overlap, the legislation must include an explicit obligation on the state to conclude MOUs with regulators with whom there may be a jurisdictional overlap, such as the competition, which is a matter that has been discussed already, which was quite critical for the committee to consider, Chair. I think I will pass through. The focus area for the regulator at an initial stage will be on tariff, which you would then call it price control. There, the regulator will be responsible to determine the price control. Price control could be a revenue-based price control, could be a tariff, could be prices, could be fares that would be determined by the regulator. So there is no specific formula created at the beginning. The regulations or the code of good practice will clarify this matter, Chair. And then in terms of licensing, which is critical, it's another matter that should be argued and ring-fenced around the exclusion of CBRTA, exclusion of and other regulators. The model now is to avoid scope creeping, where you have conflict in terms of licensing regime. Hence, at the beginning, we would want to exclude the licensing regime as the bill is shaped now. That licensing regime is across the transport sector. You would understand that in the road space, there's a lot of approaches of licensing in the National Public Transport Regulator, in the provincial regulatory entities, and you would find the similar method in the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. And the licensing regime talks to issues of access, Chair. I think in terms of new clauses that the ERT bill would have to consider, I have listed those, Chair, and it's basically a summary of the implications that we've highlighted earlier on under the implication of rewriting the bill, Chair. I think I would stop there, Chair, nor unless Chair would want me to expand on my summary, Chair. Thank you so much.
Sibonge. Baba umhlekazi ohloniphekile uChris Unsinga. Ngena baba. Ubaba uThamsanqa waka Mabhena sawurakela phambili mfowethu njengo number 2. Nangu ubaba ukhetha amabala kanti nobaba uMcDonald usekhona izandla ezine. Masambeni masarakeleni phambili. Honorable Chris Unsinga.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Sikudu, for discussing the report which has been submitted to us. Chairperson, 2 immediate reactions. First one of disappointment, and a second one of confusion. Disappointment because there are basically 4 criteria or 4 elements which I always consider when looking at a suggested bill or a suggested amendment. And that refers to content, structure, purpose, and benefits. And if there's advantage in any of those and certainty, then obviously it's a consideration to support or to, in a positive way, try to contribute so that at the end of the day, we find mutual agreement to the benefit of the country and this transport sector in particular. But sadly, Chairperson, I'm not in a happy space in the way that the department has presented this particular bill. I've been with the Transport Portfolio Committee for 7 years, going on 8, and there's always been mention, Chairperson, of STAR. And STAR is also mentioned in several budget allocations over the years. So a lot of money has been spent on this issue. It's come a long way. We've questioned, we've asked, I'm on record asking for the development and progress of STAR and when will we deal with it. So there was expectation and there was excitement when finally it was brought to the table. But then for some other reason, Chairperson, the S disappeared. And we were presented with a transport economic regulator or a transport regulator economic or a regulator economic transport. But in a way, you know, if I look at the PowerPoint presentations, even from the department side, these words were interjected and changed, hence my reference of these 3 words in different orders. But Chairperson, to now try and convince us that the structure should be accepted in a different way is really asking that we should bake an omelette without eggs, because it was presented to us in a form that, in particular, the ports regulator would be the flagship, the experimental entity after which the phased approach would be used, and we all accepted that, and it was unanimously accepted. But now it seemed that particular sectors would be targeted and that this is something different and that the content changed, the structure changed, the purpose changed, and the benefit changed. So, Chairperson, I'm hesitant and I'm full of doubt where before I was positive and motivated. I'm highly disappointed, and I think the department itself is confused because I've never before had to deal with a bill or an amendment where an explanation after the launch of some draft was necessary. It's never happened before. So therefore, Chairperson, I cannot accept, and I propose that this bill in its current form be taken off the table, and that I propose for this bill to be rewritten, and we simply cannot accept it in this form. And Chairperson, with all due respect, I'm highly disappointed that the department is trying to rectify this, you know, and in a way have misled the portfolio committee. I really feel that the department did not play fair with us, and that all information was not resourced, and that they pulled us into something which wasn't fully prepared and ready to go further. Thank you, Chairperson. I propose that this draft be rejected and rewritten and not considered at all by the Portfolio Committee in its current form or any other form. We simply cannot bake an omelette without eggs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ubaba uThamsanqa wakwamapeni asirakele phambili mhlonishwa.
As the Chairperson, in the spirit of not wasting time, I think my colleague has covered me very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ubaba uThami wakwamapena. Asitholo landelayo Ubaba ukhetha amabala wakwasitholo.
Chairperson, I cannot waste our any time now because it seems that the department is just playing games with us. So we cannot accept what the forms that they are coming with. If it need to be rewrite, that should be. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Lawrence, Honorable MacDonald.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chairperson, yeah, we are in a predicament here, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm very worried, Chairperson, because it seems like when the department came to us and said to us that they are bringing this bill called STAR, which now is not STAR anymore because it's S-less, it's now only TAR, that there will be major savings for the government, for the people of South Africa, and there will be considerable advantages for South Africans across all spheres of government. But Chairperson, it seems like it's going to cost us an additional 50 million rand a year instead of saving us 200 million or 190 million. Because it's going to take more than 10 years to have all these entities inside this bill that they, and this entity that they are proposing. And in this time, it's going to cost us even more because it needs to be, every time that another entity needs to be added, the bill needs to be amended. And it's going to take 10 years, 15 years, 20 years by the time that everything is done. Chairperson, and I think the department is slightly disrespectful, Chairperson, because we did make a decision in this portfolio committee that we would like to see these consequential amendments. It was a decision of this committee. It wasn't a decision of a previous committee, a decision of somebody on the moon. It was a decision of this committee, Chairperson. Chairperson, and they don't come with solutions, Chairperson. They just come my way or the highway. Chairperson, I'm going to leave it there, Chairperson. I'm leaving this decision in your hands because I don't know. I'm lost for words, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Baba Ulisa wakwaMancu, sawubona Jambas.
Sakubona, Chairperson Mangete. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah.
Firstly, I apologize for raising my hand late because I joined the meeting late because we were in the house till very late, which I do apologize for. So getting out of the house and getting connected took time. And by the time I got connected, the presentation was way too far. As a result, I missed the gist of it. Now I'm raising the hand late because I'm hearing my colleagues' reaction to the presentation. Now, my request, which is maybe my fault, that the committee was set up very close to the rising or adjournment of the House, is slightly different. Because, as I say, I've not had the benefit that my colleagues have had. And it sounds like there is something very serious that I missed. Now, my request and my proposition is it possible that this discussion could be deferred to another committee meeting? That another meeting gets called when we are back, and then we take this decision, or rather this discussion. It is maybe a selfish one because, as I said, I missed this presentation totally. When I heard it, I couldn't make sense of what was being said. So I hear what the colleagues are saying, and I'm very respectful of their view. And I don't want to sound undermining their view, but I've been part of this bill for such a long time. Now I hear something drastic seems to have happened. Hence my counter proposal, if you want to put it that, from what my colleague Honorable Hunsinga has proposed. Thank you, my chair.
Thank you very much. I can see the Deputy Minister is here with us. DM, you want to say something?
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity. It's with a heavy heart listening to what is happening. But I was going to request, Chairperson, that while we are on recess, give the department time so that we are able to look into the issues that has been raised, particularly by Honorable Hunsinga, as to what is it that we can be able to reorganize, and consulting yourself, Chairperson, just make sure that we're able to deal with the issues as has been raised, because I don't believe that we can have a bill where it is only the highway of the department and what the department believes in, but it should be the bill that should be able to serve the people of the Republic, and it should be the bill as has been said through and through, that our aim for us to have an economic regulator in transport is to make sure that we reduce the cost of regulating all the entities or the business units in the Department of Transport. So I was going to plead with yourself, Chairperson, to say, give us time so that we can be able to probably in the next meeting, then we're able to have corrected what has been said here. And then we can be able to see how far we can take the process. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson?
Chairperson, you have muted.
Is your hand up, Honorable McDonald, or you forgot to lower it?
No, it's a new hand, Chairperson. It's a brand new hand, Chairperson.
Yes.
If I may, Chairperson.
Yes, you may.
If you give me permission, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like to support and Honorable Manu's proposal and Deputy Minister's proposal that we defer any decisions on this. Give the department a couple of weeks' time to go back and look at everything, and then we come back and we have another discussion about the Chairperson. I think we must not jump the gun. This bill is one of the best things that's supposed to happen to economic regulation in the transport sector for this country and in Africa. So, Chairperson, I plead with you, Chairperson, can we please defer this to somewhere in the first weeks or during after this recess, and then we can touch base on this, and it gives the department time to change some things, maybe come with other proposals, and it gives us all time to maybe even send proposals from ourselves on how this should be done, Chairperson. I thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, you can now lower your hand. Advocate Alma.
Hello, Chair.
How are you?
I'm good, Chair. Sitting in the dark, but I'm good.
Are we in a position, seeing that the Deputy Minister is here, just to indicate that when we decided to give a department a bit of time, where were we and what were the issues raised by portfolio committee? I would have permission to quickly summarize that.
Chair, I think if the department was allowed to go through the other document that they also sent members, that looks more at a bit of a clause by clause addressing the concerns that members raised, that could assist. But Chair, I think it's important that members requested, especially when we saw in the schedule that CBRTA was not in the schedule for the transitional arrangements. It's important to note that the committee wanted to see, even if it is in clauses that can be enacted on a later date, even if that clause is only enacted in 5 years, that the committee wanted to see how the CBRTA would fit in this space of the regulator. And Chair, I think it is a valid request because there is such a great reliance in the financial viability of the bill and the arguments that the department brought on the cost savings, where members noted that CBRTA had the biggest budget line of the cost saving items. And if we don't have CBRTA in here, is this bill in its current form still going to be a cost saver? I think that might be where we need to find the common ground, Chair. If members are happy in terms of possible reworking of the cost saving aspects, or if members would like the view of trying to see how and if it can be done, can the CBRTA be fit in the current format of the bill? If the department comes back, however, Chair, and says that CBRTA, if we do include it, it'll be outside of the scope of the bill, and it needs extensive consultation. If it needs extensive consultation, Chair, there might be a need for the bill to be either withdrawn or rejected. But as Mr. Hunsinger indicated, this bill has been long-standing on the department's targets. It's been a long-standing item on the ports regulator. They've been relying on this bill coming into effect for quite some time. So, Chair, I think allowing the department time during recess to perhaps relook at their response or cover the exact concerns that the members raised, it might assist, Chair. But I think the other document, there is a second document that the department sent that Valerie also sent through to members that addresses those issues that the members raised in the specific clauses, Chair.
You done? Thank you very much, Advocate. CBRTA. Baba Hansing.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we're also missing a very important point. We departed with this bill on the basis of particular content and particular structure and particular purpose and particular benefits presented to us by the department. So much so that the department gave us detail on cost saving, gave us detail on a particular phased approach. And now all of this has changed. I cannot accept that we simply pardon this and see how we can patch this up to then continue with something which is damaged from the onset. Therefore, Chairperson, I firmly stand on my position as previously expressed that it cannot be pardoned, Chairperson. The department addressed us with particular information which now is totally different, justifying with financial submissions and now going back on what was submitted. When did they discover that certain things would not work out? And why wasn't that researched before they came to us? Why were we brought under a particular impression and now that impression is changed and we must change our view and our perspective on this? I was extremely positive, as you would recall, at about the bill and how it was presented. And as was expressed already, it is long expected. So what has been happening in terms of the work that's been done on STAR? Why was money spent by the department in the development of STAR? And those are all the questions that are consequential, different to the little consequences which is now put on the table. Chairperson, I again request that it be rejected in its current form, and that the bill be rewritten with full information, and we start with a clean page, again with a submission which we can trust from the onset. It is now polluted in such a manner that I submit that it cannot be fixed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hunsinger. Let me just make this small contribution and see if it helps. According to my recollection is that we had dealt with this bill up to a point where we had also were done with even schedules. Am I not correct, Advocate Alma?
Yes, Chair, we went through the entire bill and the 2 attached schedules, and it was then in the schedules where some of the concerns came up, Chair.
And the department was supposed to respond to the concerns that came out from the schedules. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair, that is contained in the other document that the department has sent.
Now, I'm just raising this point so that we are also seen as reasonable as a portfolio committee. That I think the department is saying they are willing to listen to the concerns that we raised at that level. And Honorable Hunsinger says, the presentation as it has been done by the department now seems to alter the structure which was presented before. Am I quoting you right, Honorable Hunsinger?
Yes, Chairperson, absolutely. Not just in terms of structure, but also in terms of content, and also in terms of purpose, and therefore in terms of benefit. Thank you, Chair.
DM, I think we have given you the background in terms of what are the concerns that we have to work on. Some members have said they are not ready because of other issues coming late here and all these other reasons. Please allow me not to divide this committee for now and maybe give a benefit of doubt to the DM that is here. Deputy Minister. Are you still with us?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm still here. That is why I have said that having listened to Honorable Hunsinger, yes, that the 4 critical issues that the portfolio committee raised during the presentation of the 2 schedules, that we be given an opportunity to go and look into these issues, which are the concerns that the committee has raised, and then we will come back to you, Chairperson. I so plead.
No, I think we're going to give you that request. All what I was trying to say, it is not our intention as the committee, at least up to now, to not support anything tangible. We have done almost everything on this bill. There are issues, specific issues that were to be responded to. And I think when we give you time today, as we come back, when we reopen, we will table those concerns first so that we get each other. We are able to say what is the issue, where can we find each other, if we can find each other, before we take a concrete decision on this matter. So allow me, honorable members, to summarize this matter in that way. Thank you. So when we come back, we'll finish this matter and allow members like Honorable Manu also to participate properly, and any other member who's not here today. So do know that as this comes back, we'll finalize it. This is the second time we will be giving the department an opportunity with all the humility that is there. Honorable Mapena.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just want to raise the issue of a precedent for future purposes on the basis of the last statement that we've just said now. I think on everything else, I think we're fine. But you see, the last statement, you are saying that you also want to afford other members who were not in the meeting or who came in late an opportunity to also contribute. I'm just flagging that for future purposes as a precedent, which we have said in the committee, because it is important that it is noted, because when we are in the meeting, we expect that the meeting would continue. But if the chairperson, then you are setting that precedent, I'm just flagging it so that for future purposes as well, you must also be in a position to accommodate it and indulge many members as well who may want your indulgence in that sense. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you very much, Honorable Mabena. I think if you were to quote me properly, I am saying I'm affording the department an opportunity because the minister is here, Deputy Minister, and she has requested. And I think Honorable Manu has also requested. Honorable Manu is here. That we give this a bit of time. And as I summarize, it means that would have given everybody a chance as we deal with this matter. Maybe correct that English. I hear what you are saying. And I thank you for also understanding everything except what you have just corrected. Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we then step off this item and get to the second item? We have both the department here and the treasury. Let me just check. The minister was supposed to join us around 7 o'clock. Is the minister here?
Chairperson, not yet. I'm checking. I'm calling the PA now. I'll give feedback just now. All right, thank you.
Maybe we should then start with the Treasury. Valerie, who's here from Treasury?
Chair, Ms. Ulrika Britton from Treasury is here, and Ms. Cindy August, the PLO.
Can you go slow? These are nice names.
Ms. Britton from Treasury is here, is online already, and Ms. Cindy August, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer.
Cindy August, two ladies.
Yes, and Ms. Ulrika Britton.
Okay. Mayor Ulrika Britton, how are you, Mayor?
Good evening, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. I'm very well, thank you, sir, and you?
Thank you very much. We are excellent, and we want to thank you and Mayor Cindy August for having honored our request to have your side on the issue of Moloto corridor, which is an issue that the committee has actually taken an interest because of the people of Mpumalanga, that side, agreeing that that road is killing people, and there was an undertaking by government at a particular point that there will be a corridor, rail corridor that side. So we thought we shouldn't jump a gun, but we should be able to get facts as we are preparing ourselves to take back the report as part of our oversight as the committee. We have already met with those people, and we are to go back after interacting with your good selves and the department. So thank you very much. We want to afford you this opportunity to talk to us. In case the letter was not clear, this is a portfolio committee on transport that has requested to talk to you. With that having said, you are warmly welcomed. You can forge ahead, man.
Yes. Are you directing me, Chair?
No, I am not, Honorable Minister. I welcome you. The last time I checked, you were not here, so I had decided to start with Treasury, or you want to start? I think I'm amenable.
Is Treasury here, Chair?
Yes, I can see Treasury here, Honorable Minister.
So, no, I was finishing another meeting, so that is why I was delayed. Now, can I start?
Yes, we will afford you that opportunity. Sorry to Mayor Orica Brayton. You'll come after. Definitely, without any hesitation, Honorable Minister, we want to welcome you. Your apology was already given. That will come a bit later because you are presenting somewhere. We acknowledge and appreciate your commitment for being with us here. So if you are ready, having drank water because of your busy schedule, we may allow you to continue, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. As you would recall, this item was discussed at our last engagements. The presentation detailed rail corridor options as arose from the feasibility study. It also included where options of the road corridor. Back then, we went into detail to explain the challenges which we are facing regarding the Moloto rail corridor, and also explain the position of National Treasury, which I'm happy that they are present here and they will speak for themselves on the financial viability of the Moloto rail corridor project. Honorable members, the Moloto rail project has a long history, which dates back all the way from 2004 to the current administration, where we acknowledge the importance of the project in the transport budget vote speech on 9 July 2019. Over this extended period of time, 2 feasibility studies have been concluded and various funding motivations submitted to National Treasury as well as to Cabinet. Finally, National Treasury also appointed its own external team to conduct an independent assessment and review the feasibility study. The first feasibility study was undertaken by the Mpumalanga Department of Transport and Public Works. The main objective of the feasibility study was to prove the viability of passenger rail as the backbone of an integrated multimodal transport system. In addition, the rail project will serve as a catalyst for economic development initiatives within and around the corridor. The feasibility study covered the first phase of the Moloto rail corridor, namely the section between City of Tshwane and Siyabuso, and was found to be feasible. The cost of the implementation of the project back then was estimated to be 8.6 billion rand. The department motivated funding for this project during 2008-2009 MTF and 2009 to 2010 MTF and the 2010-11 and 2012-13 MTF budget cycles. However, it was unsuccessful in securing funding from National Treasury. The second feasibility study, following the lack of success in securing funding for the project, the second feasibility study was undertaken by the Department of Transport with the aim of broadening the transport study. A steering committee was established and convened by the Director General of the department in November 2011. And a decision was taken that the feasibility study should be conducted strictly in accordance with Treasury Regulation 16 and the PPP guidelines. The Moloto Rail Corridor Development Corridor was registered as a PPP project with National Treasury, and the project was included as part of the strategic infrastructure projects under the auspices of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee. A critical milestone since the second feasibility study of 2014. In the jealousy of time, I will not go into depth regarding the detailed outcomes and recommendations of the second feasibility study, as those will be covered by the Director General in the presentation he will make. In summary though, subsequent to the second feasibility study, the department and PRASA presented the motivation for this project to National Treasury in June 2015. National Treasury, however, expressed a concern that the feasibility study, the second feasibility study, only considered possible transport options. And although other options would fall outside the mandate of the department, non-transport options needed to be considered. Against that background, National Treasury appointed an external team to conduct an independent assessment and review of the feasibility study. The review report presented 5 different options, which are briefly summarized as follows. Option 1, create a proper do-nothing minimum approach option by terminating the existing bus subsidy with no land-side intervention. This option will thus become the benchmark to assess the costs and benefits of any government intervention, particularly the value for money assessment. Option 2, terminate, phase out bus subsidy and reallocate the subsidy, saving to City of Tshwane and Tembisile and Moroka municipalities to implement land-side intervention to reduce travel demand. This will focus on housing and economic development intervention. Option 3, terminate, phase out the existing bus subsidy and relocate the resulting subsidy saving to existing commuters eligible qualifiers as a grant to remedy the associated impact. Option 4, construct Cape Gauge rapid rail up to Moloto Kwamhlanga node in Moloto region to partly reduce travel demand. Option 5, construct Cape Gauge rapid rail up to Siyabuso and develop 9 transit-oriented development nodes around railway stations along the route to serve surrounding communities. This option combines provision of the rail with nodal development in Moloto region in order to enhance the sustainability of the region. The Department of Transport submitted an application to National Treasury budget facility for infrastructure application and outcome. For the budget facility infrastructure, on the 31st August 2017, the funds applied for were to enable the department to take forward the planning of the project from the financial year 2018-19. National Treasury conducted the technical assessment process through the Joint Technical Committee, JTC, a multi-stakeholder committee comprised of senior members of National Treasury, National Planning Commission, Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. On 24th November 2017, a special MTEC meeting was held to consider the recommendation put forward by JTC. After this consideration, the MTEC compiled a report which was considered by the Ministers' Committee on the Budget, MINCOM-BUD, at a meeting held on 29 January 2018. On 5th April 2018, the department received the outcome of the application to the BFI from National Treasury, which indicated that the request for funding was not supported, as per the recommendations approved by the MINCOM-BUD. From here, the implication of this outcome is therefore that there is currently no funding for the Moloto Rail Corridor Development Project as pronounced by National Treasury and approved by MINCOM-BUD. In the light of the National Treasury posture on the rail corridor, additional allocation has been made to SANRAL to take forward the road option. All the provincial roads that constitute the Moloto Road Corridor in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo have since been transferred to SANRAL and will be proclaimed a national road. And that is what we're doing at the currently. And I intervened to get Gauteng to come on board in the signing of this proclamation, which has been done successfully. At the present moment, all the technical things that need to be done for the construction and the extension of the part of Moloto Road Corridor, part of Gauteng, are being undertaken as we speak by Treasury. I mean by SANRAL. I will then allow DG to make a presentation to the portfolio committee on all the issues that I've basically summarized, maybe to just deal with the matters that are of great importance. But overall, as it is, there is no funding in the first feasibility study and the second for this corridor. That's where we are. Thank you, Chair. Via you, I will invite the DG to do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chola. Thank you very much for that summary, which is straightforward. Let's, as you have requested, invite the DG to be on the stage and present further. And that Alec Muyemi, DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Hello, Chair. May I proceed?
You are muted.
You can proceed. I was just asking whether you are on the plane, but yeah, I think I'm beginning to see you better.
Oh, okay, Chair. My apologies, Chairperson. I would request to present on this matter of Moloto Road. Chairperson, if the presentation could be uploaded, I will take the committee through the presentation.
I have already given you a permission to upload your presentation, DG.
Okay, Chair.
On the site, please upload. Should you need some help, don't be afraid to shout. I have a capable team with me here. We can help you quickly.
I'm trying, Chair.
I can see you are coming. We are very patient with you, DG. You know, we always are with you. You are almost there.
Yes, Chair. I'm trying.
It's a generational issue. Don't worry. I'm with you. There's a button there, written sharing. You must be able to find it so that you can share.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Chair.
Press it and go to the document that you want to share, and then it will appear on the screen.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find the actual document I had opened, Chair.
Take your time. Take your time. Let me not put pressure on you, DG. So when you go to training for these things, please remember to take me along.
Chair.
Advocate Alma.
Chair, unfortunately, I'm connecting through the cell phone as well because of load shedding, so I'm also unable to flag the document from my side.
Okay, Valerie.
Yeah, I have the same issue, load shedding and connection via the phone, but I see that the DG is on now.
Long live the DG, long live. We can see the document. Thank you very much.
Can you, Chair?
Yes, yes, you have successfully passed your you can go ahead, sir.
Okay, Chair. Just to indicate to the Chair that the Minister had covered the bulk of the presentation that I'm making, and to also highlight the fact that Minister was spot on in terms of what he has raised in this regard, that there is no resources, and that's the reason why the project is not proceeding. However, we need to provide the exact details and the timelines around this. This project, Chair, was registered in January 2010 as a public-private partnership, and it was registered under the name Project N105. And this is the project which was undertaken in this regard. The execution of the feasibility study, as Minister had indicated, was undertaken in compliance with the PFMA. Treasury Regulation 16 required that the project be registered as indicated, and it was in line with the Public-Private Partnership Manual. DOT commenced the study on 3rd of October 2012, Chair, and the study was completed in October 2014. The feasibility study confirmed Rapid Rail as the preferred long-term transport solution for the corridor. So this was the Department of Transport's own feasibility study that was undertaken. I must also hasten to indicate that the province, together with the district municipality in Mpumalanga, had also undertaken their own feasibility study. I will not wish to comment a lot about that feasibility study owing to the fact that it was not under the custodianship of the Department of Transport. But nevertheless, that feasibility study, also for what it had asked and for the things it was looking for, had said that the program showed potential for viability. The outcome of our own feasibility study was presented before the Portfolio Committee on 15 September 2015. And this copy of the feasibility study we had earlier shared with PICOT, obviously back then, we can share the copy again with the current Portfolio Committee. And the project began to experience a bit of difficulties when we came to the TA1 application process. I have there, Chair, highlighted the public-private project cycle as it is in the manual of the Treasury and as it is required. And I have pointed out specifically to where you would find the TA1 or the Treasury Approval 1 requirement. And there you would see that when the department applied for this, and the activities that fall under there is that we intended to go to market to find companies that could assist in the implementation of the project. And Chair would then realize that accordingly in this regard, we found ourselves in a position where we were told that we couldn't be given the approval that we sought. So Chair, the Treasury, in making that decision, had appointed an independent external team to review and assess feasibility study. And they did that, and that team looked at a number of factors in there. But on the 3rd of December 2015, the National Treasury informed PRASA, who we had put as a lead implementation agent of the Department of Transport for purposes of rail rollout, and that the TA1 approval was not granted. In giving its reasons and rationale, the Treasury had highlighted that the rail option was viewed as unaffordable. And they also thought that it was unlikely to yield the social, economic, and development dividends to warrant the size of investment at this magnitude that was required and at that scale. The challenge with this is that the rail from Moloto to Pretoria, there is actually no rail infrastructure at all. It will have to be laid from scratch, and stations would have to be built, and everything, viaducts and all what needs to be done will have to be given in this regard. So it was felt that the size of the investment, looking also at the population size of Moloto at the time, and also the other alternative forms of transportation, that rail as a mass mover was not necessarily, with the type of investment that to be made, was not necessarily viable. So the Treasury concluded that in the light of that, it will not necessarily be supporting that we move to the stage where we go to market. Nevertheless, despite the Treasury's non-approval in this regard, the international partners were engaged. In 2015, the China Communications and Construction Company, CCCC, has been tracking this project, and they had done a lot of preliminary work around this, and they had showed great interest in doing and undertaking this type of work. On a country-to-country basis, another second Investing in Africa Forum on the 7th of September 2016, former President Jacob Zuma led a delegation to Guangzhou, China, and attended that Investing in Africa Forum. Under his tutelage during this visit, an MOU was signed on the Moloto rail corridor between the PRASA and the CCCC as signatories to that they will collaborate in the development of this corridor. This was despite the Treasury not having granted approval for the project as a requirement for Section 16 of Regulation 16 of the PFMA. Accordingly, Chair, during the following years, CCCC kept close contact with PRASA and exchanged notes on how this could be done. It was felt that perhaps if money could not come from the South African coffers, that it should come from other sources, and that CCCC must actually do some work around raising the requisite resources to be able to invest in the development of the corridor. Accordingly, you would also recall that during May of the same year, former Minister of Transport, Joe Maswanganyi, also visited China and visited CCCC. And you'll also know that later that year as well, around August, there was a visit led by the DG in the presidency, Dr. Cassius Lubisi, that had the National Treasury DG then, the DG of Water Affairs, DERCO, and other officials. They had also visited CCC, and during this, the program was actually discussed once more. So the outcome of those discussions and engagement and with CCC and its cooperation with PRASA finally was that the Chinese delegation and CCC specifically had indicated interest in going ahead and that it be given a concession, but it wanted a 99-year open concession. Secondly, it also put a further condition that it wanted a government guarantee to invest in the project, and this guarantee would be a full guarantee. With those having been put forward, the National Treasury did not agree with that, particularly the fact that National Treasury raised a number of issues, including the need for competitive bidding. It also indicated that there was no guarantee that will actually back such a project, as it was a risky venture. And it also felt very strongly that the 99-year lease was just way too long for a project of a similar nature and of this magnitude. But DOT never really gave up hope on getting the project off the ground and explored other avenues and continued knocking at the door of the National Treasury. And in June 2017, the National Treasury advised the department to submit a motivation on the newly established budget facility on infrastructure, which was being administered through the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Committee in support for the Moloto Rail Corridor. This was done and an application was submitted with primary submission and the supporting documentation in August 2017. We had applied for these funds in lieu of proceeding as a precursor for us to obtaining a TA1 approval, because once we would have secured the resources for project management and implementation office, then TA1 would have been much more easier for the Treasury and palatable. However, on the 5th of April 2018, the department was informed that following a meeting and our request that was submitted and following a meeting of the Ministers' Committee on the Budget, the MINCOMBAT, that our project was not supported and there was no funding available for it through the BFI process. And we had already been told earlier that through the normal allocation of budgets and normal budget process that the funding was not available. So consequently, they had asked us to do several things. First, to explore other non-transport solutions that should be investigated in addition to transport solutions to comprehensively respond to the corridor challenges. And this, largely they spoke to the issue of the cry that the road that was there was killing people and it was dubbed the killer road, and that we needed to look at improvements in that regard. Next, the PICC was to look holistically at this matter. We were also cleared and told that no further funding would be made available to develop the preferred rail solution because it may be premature before other options are considered. And if you look at it, we were told that the options was an interim improved bus transport solution that was flexible yet cost effective to be implemented. And we're also told that in addition, an interim transport intervention, that budgeting for continuous road improvement and investment be prioritized to the extent to which they were required. And hence, Minister points out to the development of now the road corridor and the nationalization of that road from being three segmented provincial roads into one seamless national road and one seamless corridor that could be developed in all the 3 parts of the provinces. So consequently, and faced up with this decision of the Ministers' Committee on the Budget, chaired by the President, spelled indeed a death knell to the rail project and re-energized the road project on this corridor where we were sitting as a department. And we were then, after this, faced up with further inquiries. And during the 6th administration, we then realized that the province, the district municipalities had never been formally informed of the outcome of the processes with the Treasury and the outcome of what has been done. And faced up with that, Minister Mbalula then wrote a letter informing the stakeholders and on an intergovernmental relation basis to inform them of the outcome of this and the fact that we would now, in light of this and the availability of resources for the road project, to be able to upgrade the road project. We also noted that in the PRASA corporate plan of 18 to 22, it had actually looked at the then funded PRASA network growth and expansion lines. And when we looked at where the funding was being made available in as far as PRASA was concerned, Moloto Rail Corridor was not listed as the priority corridor that was supposed to be funded for expansion of the existing network. In fact, 3 rail links were identified. In the Eastern Cape, the Motherwell Rail Link, and in Gauteng, the Davidton Etatwa Rail Corridor being a new corridor to be established, and then the Western Cape, the Blue Downs Rail Link was also to be put in place. Moloto was seen in that corporate plan based on the fact that the Treasury had already made it clear that there was no funding for Moloto. It was seen as a long-term project that would be undertaken, and it was found that funding was not available and that the project was unaffordable. So that concludes the presentation, Chair, and Minister is right that we are still where we are. There is no money yet allocated, and there's no other financial instruments that have been made available to bring the project to be realized and to bring it to its logical conclusion and fruition. So thanks, Chair. I will stop there and forgive my challenge as well of load shedding. I have no choice but to do it this way. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, DG Alec Muyeme. I think we are at this point in time able to go back to the 2 ladies, Mayor Britain and Mayor August. Are you still with us?
Yes, Chairperson, I am still here.
Okay, Honorable Hansinger.
Chairperson, are we ready for questions? Because my hand is up for questions.
Honorable Hansinger, I thought we should take both these presentations so that we open the floor all at once.
Thank you, Chair. You will notice I have lowered my hand. Thank you, Chair.
Long live.
Also join me.
Valerie, your network is something else. Please SMS me, and I think you were saying somebody has joined the meeting, but I can't follow.
Honorable Chairperson?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Sandeep PRO. Good evening, honorable members. It's just to indicate that Dr. Mampo Modise, which is the DDG for Public Finance, has also joined the meeting, and Ulrika Britton is part of her team. So I just wanted to alert honorable members that Dr. Modise has also joined the meeting. And that's what Valerie was trying to communicate with the honorable chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for assisting, Mayor Cindy. Let's allow you welcome Mayor Mampo. Mudisa, DDG, for which section?
For public finance, I'm chairperson.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to me. You now can forge ahead. We are ready to listen to you.
Much chairperson. I'm going to allow and we can take questions after. Over to you. Thanks, Chair.
Cindy, if the one presenting, I guess it's a DDG, Mudisa, can come closer to the mic, that will help us a lot, because we can't hear you. We can see the beautiful Moloto Development Corridor presentation to the Portfolio Committee, but we can't hear the voice.
Honorable Chairperson, I'll just request Ulrika, can you unmute? I see Ulrika.
I have unmuted myself. So, Chairperson, with your indulgence, I'm going to not put my video on because I'm worried about my bandwidth and that you might not hear me clearly. So thank you for the opportunity to present to this evening. And once again, good evening to the honorable members. This presentation is in response to a very specific set of questions that was asked to us around the Moloto corridor. So there were 4 questions in the request letter that was sent to us. The first was to explain how many feasibility studies we have received. The second was in relation to our review of the feasibility study. And then the third and the fourth questions was why, if we thought that the feasibility studies were the feasibilities were unfeasible, did we continue to fund this? And I will clarify matters around all of that. And also just to clarify how much the Department of Transport spent on this. So that's how the presentation is set out. So there were 2 feasibility studies that we had received, Honorable Chair, as the Minister had alluded to earlier. The first was one that was commissioned by the Mpumalanga Department of Roads and Transport in 2008. And the second one that was done by the National Department of Transport. The one from the National Department of Transport, as both the DG and the Minister has explained, was for to submit a PPP feasibility study. And this was then approved in 2014 by the Political Oversight Committee that was made up of the Minister of Transport, the MECs of the relevant provinces that were, and the mayors of the relevant municipalities that the study area fell within. With that approval of the feasibility study for submission for Treasury Approval 1, the Political Oversight Committee had also approved that the R573 is transferred to Sanral for upgrade to improve the immediate safety measures on the road. So just a reminder to the honorable members that the area profile for Mpumalanga, for the corridor that we are talking about, really sits within the western region of Mpumalanga that links Tshwane to the Sekhukhune region of Limpopo. It's made up of 4 municipalities across these 4 local municipalities across these 2 provinces. The graph on the left-hand side is really just a reflection of the size of the economy. So the darker the red, the bigger the economy, the higher the tower, the bigger the economy, in relation to understanding that this is a low economic activity area with just under 720,000 people in 2013. And so from the feasibility study that was done, just under 40,000 people commuted to Tshwane on a daily basis, over what is from the Sekhukhune region into Tshwane, about 118 kilometers, I think. Just some demographic profile for that community, for the communities in that area. 87% of them live in formal shelters, but only 14% of households in that area have a tap in the dwelling. And 70% of households have below RDP sanitation. So that is a sanitation levels that does not even meet the requirements of a ventilated pit latrine. So from the feasibility study, the problem statement that the Department of Transport then put into the feasibility study is set out on the slide above. And it's really, it recognizes there's very little economic development, there's very little access to work opportunities. What this really means is that the population is growing faster than the ability for the labor market in those areas to absorb the demand for labor. There's excess distance in commuting from home to work. And as a result of that, long travel times, the costs are quite high, so both to government and to the commuters. The service levels are really bad. The roads in the local area are of a substandard level. And in the part that at least sits within the Gauteng area, there's high congestion. And then, of course, we all know about the safety issues on the R573. So when we look at these kind of things, one of the things that we want to understand is the policy context. And fortunately for us, the National Development Plan and the Integrated Development Framework sets out almost like a spatial layout of what we want South Africa to be, and it recognizes that towns and cities are shaped by a legacy of segregation, and that excludes households from social and economic opportunities. One of the objectives in the National Development Plan is that we should have transport planning that evolves with land use changes, so that our urban spatial form becomes a lot more efficient, and then does improve economies of scale. And then just in relation to the urban development framework that was approved around about the time that we were looking at the Moloto feasibility study, or the second feasibility study from the Department of Transport, it recognized that the economic potential of cities and towns are driven by increased productivity that results in people and jobs being in the same place. So, and that high concentration gives us the agglomeration benefits that provide significant externalities that then keeps economies growing and keeps those cities growing and households then prosper as a result of that. Also from the feasibility study, the objectives of the project was really to try and reduce travel demand. So in this case, what we want to try and do is we need to look at how economic development initiatives within those communities means that people don't have to travel to Tshwane. How do we increase the safety through targeted upgrades, specifically on the local roads, reducing the travel times, improving efficiency, the linkages with other public transport initiatives, especially within the Tshwane region, and then implementing new technology to increase capacity and service levels. And then, of course, the big thing around all of this is how do we contribute to local economic development. The methodology that is then used in assessing the feasibility study is really a cost-benefit analysis, and it's an economic cost-benefit analysis. And I thought, honorable members, that it is quite useful to spend some time on this, because this is more than just how much it costs. So a cost-benefit analysis is also about understanding that the benefits need to be greater than the cost, and it's not financial cost. There are direct benefits and indirect benefits that we'd want to be greater than the full economic cost and the social costs of providing the service. And that part of that development impact is that you do get these kind of productivity gains in employment and in trade. And the test around all of this is that the benefits must be greater than the cost at some social return that is acceptable to society. And what's important around all of this is taking into account what we call the opportunity costs of providing that. So an opportunity cost is really understanding that the funds we have are limited, and we have to make choices. So there's what's the next best alternative of using that funds. So that's the first part of understanding what we do in the methodology. The second part, and this is purely because this project was then submitted as a PPP is that it needs to pass the PPP test. And there are 3 metrics in the PPP test. The first is that it must be affordable to both government and the user. The second is that there's a genuine transfer of risk from the government to the private party. And the third is that in the allocation of those risks, that the private party is able to manage it better, therefore making it cheaper for them to do it versus government doing it. So that's the test that will decide on whether whether you get TA1 approval or not. So just some results from our analysis then is that the spatial dynamics, so the feasibility study was quite clear that that these are low density households in a low economic activity environment. So that weighs quite highly against providing a cost-effective public transport investment. So one of the things that we know about public transport is that for public transport operations to be cheaper, you need to have bi-directional flow. So it's just like not only in the peak do you have trains going in one direction, that the trains are also able to come back full in the other direction. That you have seat renewal, so that this is people getting on and off at different stations. So you're basically able to sell the same seat multiple times on the same trip. And the third is that you have like really relatively flat, what we call peak to off-peak ratios, so that you don't have, I mean, and so in South Africa, we have a spatial outlay with a peak, we have these significant peaks and almost no demand in the off-peak. And what you really want to do is you want to try to flatten that so that when you're running a service throughout the day, the trains have people on it. So it's not just full during the peak times and empty during the off-peak times. The feasibility study also recognized that despite doing the rail project, you still have to do the road upgrades. So especially within the local areas. And so the costs of doing the rail has to be complemented. For the rail to be an integrated solution, you have to still do the road upgrade. So that has an additional cost. There were significant benefits associated to the proposal that are not easily monetized, and these include time savings, the improved safety, getting a better quality of travel that's associated with running the service. But what's quite important about all of this is that in thinking about this from a public investment point of view, what you really want is that these are significant private benefits to the user. And when those benefits to the user cannot be transferred to the user, the costs associated with that cannot be transferred to the user and would have to be met by the fiscus, what you then have to do is you have to then look at what are those other indirect benefits that's associated with this that would justify the investment. So what this really means is that if I get a benefit that I'm not able to pay for, if we're going to ask the fiscus to pay for it, there needs to be significant externalities on my productivity, improved productivity levels or something of that nature would then justify why the fiscus should pay for this. And that is really the kind of test around understanding what we call the private benefits to the user versus the social benefits to the broader community and broader society. One of the things that we also want to do in understanding the public investment that needs to be made here is that when the fiscus then ends up paying for this, what does that subsidy mean in relation to other public transport users that are not using that same system? So for example, if I was a 30-year-old bricklayer who had to commute 60 kilometers to work, how would the subsidy that I receive from government compare compared to a 30-year-old bricklayer who also travels 60 kilometers to work in some other part of the country? And to make the project viable would require substantial public investment that would then just worsen the existing inequalities we have within our public transport subsidization system. There were some technical aspects within the study, but they're really highly technical stuff around, so just kind of assumptions around how we discount things, how some underlying assumptions that are being made around passenger growth, issues around how the sampling works in the questionnaire. And I mean, and it's quite important, so you don't have some kind of bias that then pushes you towards a specific outcome. So for example, within the sampling, and we weren't able to see any of this, it is like saying that if somebody had to ask me a question to express views and about a specific matter, that my views are then kind of shown to be, say, for example, the views of the committee, when that isn't the case, because I am not a representative sample of the committee. And then, of course, the second part of this was then looking at whether this passes the PPP test. And I quoted the feasibility study here because the feasibility study was quite clear that none of the models were affordable based on the existing budget. So in the feasibility studies needs analysis, it says that these are the budgets we have. They've outlined the budgets for national government around public transport, and the broader transport budget at least, what provinces had in their budgets and what municipalities had in their budgets. And there was a funding gap across all the options. And it said that we'd have to make this thing work, we'd have to put in significant additional resources. And depending on the option that was on the table, it was anywhere between 24 billion and 45 billion rand over the life of the project. It also meant that for municipalities that to upgrade to support an integrated system, they would have to, at the existing levels of their MIG allocations, would have to divert all their MIG money to roads and street lighting. And that was difficult to do, and it's really difficult for municipalities to justify that in the context of the earlier slide where I showed only 14% of households had a tap in their dwelling, and just over 70% of households had inadequate sanitation. So, moving money out of water and sanitation to roads in this grant would have been very difficult to do, and we'd have to then try and find additional resources. And then just another technicality is that given the opportunity cost of funds, the existing revenue from the bus contract or the bus service that is being provided in the area, so that's the IC52 contract, that was treated as revenue, and it was a given when in the budget. I mean, and since the funding is limited, that there's an opportunity cost to this. So sometimes you basically just underestimating the gap or the funding gap by assuming that the existing and the present value of that at the time was about 13 billion rand was given in the project funding. So the second part of the PPP test was transferring the risk, and in the feasibility study, it was recognized that this can't be a pure PPP, so it was a hybrid that was proposed here, where the private sector would then design and build and maintain the rail infrastructure, and the public sector would then provide the service. So PRASA would provide the service. And when you looked at the existing contract bus arrangements around all of that, the contracting methodology that is currently used means that a lot of that risk already sits with the private sector. And by doing what we are doing through a hybrid model, you'd actually be shifting risk back to the public sector, and not keeping that risk or pushing that risk into the private sector. And there's some additional risks that's associated with that could really lead to unanticipated costs. In economics, we use this really good example around trying to understand the integration risks when we say that if you build a building and you get somebody to put in the windows, and they put in the windows where you kind of push it open and close, it creates an additional operating cost for the person who then needs to come and clean the windows, because you can't just clean it from inside and you have to clean it from outside. And that then creates all these unintended costs that are never accounted for. So I mean, this is at a much larger scale, but it does that kind of thing here. And the last test then is a value for money test. And really in the value for money test, what we're really testing is whether, when the risks are then assigned to the private sector, if they can then do it at cheaper than what the government can do it. And in relation to the value for money test in the feasibility study, the treatment of subsidies were inconsistent, whereas on the one hand, what was treated as a cost to government was treated as a revenue to the private sector. And when we corrected that, in the hybrid model, it actually meant that the private sector wasn't able to do this for cheaper. And based on that, the TA1 approval wasn't granted because the project was not affordable. It did not transfer significant risk to the private sector, and it did not provide value for money in getting the private sector to do this. What the feasibility study does do is it does make a clear case for development interventions in the area. But that does come with considerably higher budget contributions that are probably not affordable to government at this stage. And in focusing on transport solutions, given some of the objectives that is set out in the Integrated Development Framework and in the National Development Plan, we have to look at broader development challenges in the region. And without those changes, without those trying to fix the development and spatial and settlement challenges that sits within the region. So this is the same quote that the DG had in his presentation. We're basically saying that the project was unlikely to yield the dividends that would warrant an investment of this magnitude. Chair, I'm going to move on to dealing with the third and the fourth questions that you had asked around all of this. And I thought that I should first explain what our responsibilities are as the National Treasury in the PFMA. And before I answer the question around the statement that was made that we continue to support this. So Section 6 of the PFMA sets out the Treasury's responsibilities, and amongst others, what we do is we manage the budget process. So we are not the decision maker in the budget process. When we exercise control over the implementation of the national budget, this is really in relation to once the budget is passed, funds are appropriated to the department, is we ensure that there's sufficient money in the system so that money can flow. And then, of course, the monitoring that's associated with that, we set norms and standards. And then, of course, in enforcing the PFMA, we also are required to kind of promote and enforce transparency and effective management of revenue, expenditure, assets, and liabilities of government departments, public entities, and constitutional institutions. Section 38 of the PFMA sets out the responsibilities of accounting officers of departments and constitutional institutions. And amongst the whole range of responsibilities is the effective and efficient and transparent use of resources by the department. Now, to directly answer the question, Chair, we had not allocated any funds to the Department of Transport, even though the initial feasibility study, to do any subsequent feasibility studies. That the choice around all of that then sits within the department, and in the way budgets are appropriated to department, a decision to do the feasibility study that the department was a decision taken by the department. Just in relation to some of the other matters, in thinking about some of the things that happens within the BFI, and just the broader budgeting allocations, is that because the budgeting system isn't project-based, so we generally don't put in very specific kind of line item budgets that gets appropriated. It's done by program. In the law, we call it the main division of the vote. The budget is an act of Parliament. So Parliament approves the budget. And that follows an approval that actually comes on the back of an approval by Cabinet to table the budget. So like we give Cabinet approval to table any other legislation, the budget is also legislation. Cabinet approves that we table the budget. But Cabinet then also approves, because we also have some other responsibilities in terms of the Money Bills Amendment and Procedures and Related Matters Act. That is a fiscal framework that Cabinet also approves. A division of revenue that Cabinet also approves before Parliament, before it goes through a parliamentary process. So, so when a decision is taken around the allocation, that decision isn't taken by the National Treasury. That decision actually ends up being a parliamentary decision. So directly, we didn't have any earmarked allocations that was made to the Department of Transport for a feasibility study of any nature around the Moloto corridor. And then also the last question that we were asked was how we deal with how much the department spent. And this we just found in the reporting framework, in the reporting system. So even though we don't do kind of program-based budgeting, we do get lower level information within the financial and the payment system that then allows us to extract kind of project level expenditures, and the department then reports that just over 17 million has been spent over 2 years on this on the feasibility study. Chair, one of the other things I just need to reiterate that we haven't actually, that's not explicit in here, but in thinking about the presentation made by the DG around what happened within the BFI, Chair. So one of the things that I think is also quite important to consider when we're looking at the kind of choices that are being made around the budget relates to 2017 was also the year we had decisions taken around fee higher education. So a lot of funds. So when we think about what's happening in the budget right now, initially we started off in 2017 with having to reprioritize significant amounts of money for fee higher education. And as you know, right now, the budget that is currently going to Parliament right now includes a fiscal framework where we have 300 billion rands worth of reductions in the budget. So it does make it very difficult to find additional resources in an environment where we are doing fiscal consolidation. Chair, and that is where I end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ulrich Brayton. I see hands, Honorable Chris Hunsinger, Baba Uma Pena, Baba Lawrence McDonald. Is there any member who wants to ask a question so that I don't leave people outside? Baba Ustole, in that order, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. If the Minister is still with us, good evening, Minister, and also good evening to the Deputy Minister, also to DG, and all other staff that have joined us.
Evening.
The Chairperson, good evening, Minister. Chairperson, yes, I would like to know whether any budget consideration, any project application is considered outside of the framework of Regulation 16. Given the fact that Regulation 16 rather channels one in a particular framework and therefore a particular type of submission. Because Regulation 16 has a very predetermined criteria, and therefore the outcome is then also judged against that criteria. So my question then is whether any other project is considered outside of Regulation 16. I'm asking this in light of housing projects, school projects, hospital projects, because I would like to know how opportunity cost is considered within a framework of considering housing projects, school projects, hospital projects, also bi-directional flow, off-peak, all those sort of considerations. I would like to know whether, and I would really firstly just want to thank Minister and also Mr. Mohemi for sharing the information, because we've been asking for information since, well, 2016, and particularly in 2017 when there was rumors about a Chinese consortium getting involved. So thank you for finally sharing that information. I also do understand that the 99-year lease on an estimate at that time of 34 billion is high, because it calculates down to something like 343 million per year and 941,000 per day. So I can understand that, but was there any attempt to restructure the deal? Since there are very few countries and consortiums that would be interested in a size project of this nature. I can also recall that in October 2014, an announcement was made by the department, in fact, was made at Hatfield in Pretoria, where it was mentioned that the department has now signed over the project to PRASA. What was signed over, and what was the intention, and was there different content to what we now see to what was signed over to PRASA? Minister Mbalula, I would also like to know from you, sir, why in July 2019, when we handled budget speeches, in your budget speech, sir, you mentioned Moloto Rail, where it is now clear that in 2015 and in 2018, Treasury said no to this project. Why was it mentioned in your speech in July 2019? Then, particularly to the presentation of Treasury, thank you for the presentation. It seems like there is an anti-rural approach when it comes to this type of project, because it seems to be everything pro-urban, because the methodology clearly leans over in favor of and opposed to low economic activity and road substandard roads, high congestion. Those were the words that you used. But in light of this, I would like to ask you, how did Xhosa Loza Mail ever get justified? How can you justify a rail line from Joburg to Kimberley to Cape Town, from Joburg to Pietermaritzburg to Durban, a Xhosa Loza track from Joburg through Bloemfontein to PE and to East London, a Xhosa Loza track from Joburg to Komatipoort and Messina, if you don't have a pro-rural approach? What benefits did Xhosa Loza Mail bring? I can recall stats of over 4 million passengers per year making use of Xhosa Loza rail. So I'm criticizing the methodology simply because it is one-sided. It is not a pro-rural approach. It would mean that only cities would ever have infrastructure. Only cities would ever have benefit of speedy transfer and mobility, which is just not fair to rural areas. And if you do apply this opportunity cost and bi-directional flow and off-peak balanced travel criteria, however did you justify BRT? How did you approve 50 billion rand in a 15-year period for buses in most cities, in 13 cities, in fact, that are not functional? Did you apply the same criteria? Because we are talking rural, we are talking development, rural development, and you would never be able to, through your current methodology within this framework of Regulation 16, ever get to benefit people in rural areas. And in general, Chairperson, through you, I'm asking the question, where in the world is a rail project affordable from the onset? It might get profitable over many years and in high density areas, and even there are elements of subsidy, in particular in the infrastructure and establishment phase. So I'm really shocked to hear that this very, very strict criteria was used to judge a project like the Moloto corridor rail, which is really important for the people and that would really bring change to many, many people's lives. Thank you, Chairperson.
Let's get umhlonishwa ubaba uMabhena.
Chairperson is unfortunate. Kuhle nase siyikhuluma kuhle siyikhuluma iqiniso. La siyahlolelwa la. Into esiyitshelwa yi-Department of Transport nento esiyitshelwa yi-National Treasury. Kuhle it's a middle finger to the people of Mpumalanga. It's a middle finger to abantu bakwaNdebele. This is on the basis that abantu bakwaNdebele don't deserve to have a big project that would serve to save lives. You are correct. There is no development in Mpumalanga that forces these people to go and look for jobs in Pretoria. Is it their fault? Is it their own doing? No. It is the fault of the failing ANC government. Umbuso wabutsotsi, umbuso othi abantu bakwaNdebele abafe. Ngiyintwe nisitshela yona le. Ukuthi the people of Mpumalanga, particularly bakwaNdebele abafe. That's what you are saying. The ANC government is saying that. Because you are particularly saying that we do not deserve a big capital project as the people Benkangala region in Mpumalanga. How many people have died on R573? How many more people must die? Do you have a family member that has lost their life on R573? Year in, year out, you have even dubbed this road that is a killer road. Yet today, for so many years, over decades, you've been telling people lies. Nitshela abantu amala. Ningurhulumende we-ANC. Abantu bekhaya bayafa, bafele endleleni yemlodo. Ayikho into eniyenzayo ngalokho. Each and every year you go and take pictures and you release media statements, you take the media there. Every time when there's a bus accident, when there's a crash, each and every minister which has ever been in power, you drag the media there. You go, you even have the audacity to make a media briefing on side of the people that have died. Moloto. Over many, your own president, where is the Kwaggafontein? The Moloto railway corridor has been approved. There is an MOU which has been signed. Today we are being told that the National Treasury was not aware of that. What type of nonsensical government is that? It is the government of the ANC, which is the government of thieves. You are saying our people must die. You lack integrity. Look, Chairperson, we're dealing with the program now. When we go back to Mpumalanga to report back, not PRASA must come there. The Minister of Transport must come with us and explain this to the people which we're going to meet with them. Even the National Treasury, on the last meeting which we had on an oversight, which we went to Mpumalanga as the committee, PRASA could not even speak. They were scared for their lives. The chairperson had to intervene and say, no, PRASA is not here. They can't make a presentation. Had they made the presentation, they were not going to make it out of that legislature alive. And it's a fact. How many people must die for you guys to actually say, no, Mpumalanga, you take us serious? You are busy bailing out the South African SAA. Billions of rands are going down the drain of a national carrier. And what are you doing? You are busy pouring more billions into that failed project. How many people are abakweli SAA? How many breadwinners? You know, you don't understand. My mom was a domestic worker. Bekavuka ngo-2 ekuseni akhwela ibhesi ka-3 aye ePitori ayokubereka ngoba emberegweni fanele angene esikhathi banifanele angene ekuseni. Uyokuthola ubamba ibhesi from eSiyabuswa at 3 o'clock in the first bus, 3 o'clock in the morning, walking alone in the streets. And it's not only my mother, hundreds and thousands of people. And Mpumalanga KwaNdebele are subjected to those conditions. Some of them, when they leave at that 3 a.m., they do not come back. Babuya bazintumbu. Bayabulungwa, bayangwajwa, because of an ANC government which has failed, which is a government of thieves. Nibotsotsi bekhona like nimkhulumende ronamala. Nithabantu bakhethu abafe. Bafele ini bafele urhulumende ongabakhathaleleyo. Yini into leyo? How many ministers? The poor Peters was there. Thomas Wangani was there. Plain Zimande was there. Now it's you are there. You are doing absolutely nothing. You do not care about the lives of the people. That is what you are saying to us. Today, ESCOM is able to suspend load shedding because you are accommodating the burial of Isilo Samabandla. I can tell you one thing. If you call Singonyama ya KwaNdebele or Yamandebele, nange yalala, load shedding will continue. You know what does that say? It says the ANC government hates abantu bakwaNdebele. The ANC government disregards abantu bakwaNdebele. And the ANC government says abantu bakwaNdebele fanele bafe, they must die. That's what you are saying. How can National Treasury come and say 18 million rands, 2 feasibility studies were done? And you are telling us that you did not even know, and that was not part of the budget facility that you did. What nonsense is that? Does that even make any sense to you guys? How many protests must happen one day before you guys will wake up and smell the coffee? People are not going on the streets because they like going to the streets. Breadwinners are dying, are coming back as corpses. And how many people have died ever since you started the expansion of the Moloto rail or of the Moloto road project through Sanral? You have painted each and every bloody street, KwaNdebele, with adverts of Sanral about the Moloto railway corridor. Ever since you've done those adverts on every second street corner which is there, we have those Sanral adverts. They are even running on SABC radio on a daily basis. Ever since you've done those adverts, how many people have died on Moloto Road? This is the question that you must answer. This is nonsense.
As you wrap up, Mhlonishwa.
On the 7th of June 2016, your own president, a state president, through the Siyahlola presidential program, the Moloto railway corridor is continuing. That's what he said. Now, you want to tell us that the people of Mpumalanga, KwaNdebele, we do not deserve 8.7 billion rands worth of a capital project, but you are prepared to throw billions of rands down the drain of failed state-owned entities. A project which will preserve the lives. PRASA today is running at a loss on loss-making routes. You want to tell me that route will not be profitable for you guys? What nonsense is that? Are you really that, as in, Nimbuso, ANC, zonke impilo zabantu abafileko bafele eMoloto Road nazo ukuthi like this ezandleni zenu, and kwangathi uZimu nabezimu banganibetha ngeswazi engekhe nalikhohlwa ngoba sibetheke idumo elinguphiko. Abantu bekhethu bafile bayafa ene basazokufa ngoba abanohulumende onganandaba nabo, and kwangathi uZimu nabezimu banganenza kumbi ngoba aninandaba nempilo zabantu bale ekhaya. How many more people must die for you guys to approve 8.7 billion rands worth of a project? How much money has been lost and stolen through corrupt activities and through corruption? The Zondo Commission is there. You guys are doing absolutely nothing. Billions of rands have been lost. You can't even approve a project which will benefit your own voters. This ANC government is useless. This ANC government is the government of thieves which do not care about the people. Thank
you, Honorable Member Mabena Masrakele Pambili, Honorable McDonald.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also just read the speech of the Honourable Minister in 10th of July 2019. I'm also a bit concerned because in that speech, he clearly states that the Moloto rail project is part of the strategic plan 2050 for the department, and then they are going to prioritize this Moloto rail project. When in fact, the project was then long cancelled and long shelved by the Department of Treasury. Chairperson, we have, as a department, as a portfolio committee, in many years promised the people of Moloto an alternative to death. Because we can't expect people to die in and year out, and then we spend money on feasibility studies. And as a matter of fact, Chairperson, I think it's hogwash to base any decision on this feasibility study what was done in 2014 and 2011. Chairperson, there can't just be 40,000 people working in Kwamatlang. It's impossible. There's more than hundreds of thousands of people working there, and somebody needs to account to it. It's the same problem why that region doesn't have a police station, is because the people of that census are useless. Plain simple useless. The people are dying there. How much the Treasury, can they just give me a figure how much they really think a life is worth so that we can sum it up? I, myself, Chairperson, I am not going back to the people of Moloto to tell them that this department and this government is not going to bring them a railroad when people are dying literally every day. It's impossible. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable McDonald. Baba Uchambas. Bengubonile Mondis.
Mata ngilandela uMcDonald uJambas ungena phi?
Uzawungena mfowethu ngemva kwa Jambas asebelief. Sengimbizile ungakhathazeki uzongena emva kwakhe. Jambas.
Chairperson. Yeah, Mondisi uzamlwisa noMondisi. Good evening, Minister, Deputy Minister, and everybody, guests, and well, maybe let's. I think it would not be right if we do not comment that my colleague Mabena, Honorable Mabena's anger is understandable, but maybe. Yeah, some of the language we use there, we should try and discourage. I don't think any one of us from different political parties is happy with what is happening to the people in the area. And I think that's why we are meeting here this evening. That's why we went there. And that's why we stood despite being threatened, because we wanted to to them. So let not the disappointing presentation that we might feel disappointed bring division to us as a committee. We have always pulled together with our different political parties. It's just an appeal, understanding the anger out of what is happening. Chairperson, I wanted to check with the Treasury in particular because I had the impression, which was corrected today, that Treasury had done their own feasibility study that showed them that it was not feasible. But now that it has been clarified that they never did a feasibility study, I would like to hear their comments on whether in their crunching the numbers, was the cost of accidents factored into. And when I say crashes or accidents, I'm not meaning when that accident happens. I mean the cost to the fiscus, the hospital, the social grants, the payout from road accident fund, and. Because those are the things that will continue to happen, as my colleague Honorable Mabena has said. Because as we are speaking here, people are dying on that road, and these costs are continuously being repeated. So I would like to know if that cost was factored into. The other cost that I would like, if it was factored into, as we speak, there are hundreds of millions of rands that are paid into a company being subsidized, moving people there and killing them every day. I don't want to talk about the condition of those buses. As my other colleague said, we go to the cities, we've got beautiful buses that are running there. But if we go to the most vulnerable people, and it is not their making that they must come to Pretoria and Gauteng every day, they are getting the worst of buses. At a cost of subsidizing, was or is that factor been put in the cost of the subsidy in terms of crunching the numbers that comes to the conclusion that it cannot be done? As we speak now, if the road is being improved, I think we accept that you will need to have the road and the rail infrastructure running together. But as we speak, that road will need to be maintained regularly. And I'm sure we can calculate that, what will it cost? Because the more the road is used, the more it's gonna be dilapidated shortly. Did we factor in those costs as we go on? Now, my comment, which is a generic comment about the bi-directional traffic and the fact that there is low peak in terms of when it is not peak time. I think, again, it's something that is happening, and it's not the fault of the people of Mpumalanga. It's the apartheid spatial planning that placed them there to say all they must bring to the cities is their labor, and nobody cares where they live. You can go to the Gautrain. We can factor in how much Gautrain is costing. Those buses, those trains are running empty. Can go to the BRTs. They are running empty, as somebody said earlier on. So I'm more interested in the figures that really were put in, which will say this thing is not viable at all. And last but not least, one of my colleagues mentioned the cost of the BRT and everything. And the sad thing is that all people who are getting a BRT have an alternative. They can either go into another city bus, they can go into a metro rail when it was still running, or whatever means, whereas the people of Mpumalanga, they've got no alternative but to be on that road and go and seek employment for their children in those places. So I have to agree with the colleagues that it wouldn't appear that Treasury has got a pro-poor way of looking at things, which is very sad. In these many years, we are talking after democracy, that we are looking at people who are in the rural villages by not their making, and we are continuing to allow them to die. So very, very depressing presentations, but those are my specific questions I would like to know as it relates to cost. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chambers, ngiyabonga mfowethu. Ake sithathe ke uMondisi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Minister and Deputy Minister DG for their presentation. But Chairperson, I'm very disgusted about the presentation of the Treasurer. It seems that they show us they don't care about the voters. There is one thing that I want to remind them, that we are members of Parliament. We are being sent there by the voters because they want the service delivered. They don't care what the Treasurer are saying, but what they care is that they want to see the service delivered. We visited Moloto and Mpumalanga. They have called the Moloto road is a killer road because there's a lot of people that have been killed in that road. So now, what I'm trying to check now from the Treasurer, how many feasibility have they done as they oppose what the Transport Portfolio Committee, the Transport Department have been presented to them? If they didn't, Why no? Why they didn't do it? Because they're supposed to do their own feasibilities. So now it is actually disgusting when we have a treasure that don't care about the life of our people. So another thing that I'm trying to check the transformation. We are always talking about transformation. It seems that we are playing marbles because we cannot talk about transformation where else they are anti-rural people, because if you are talking about Mpumalanga, you are talking about rural people. So now if they don't care about them, what does that mean to us? What does that tell us? What does that tell the community of Mpumalanga? I'm agree with Honorable Mabena that he's very frustrated because it's from Mpumalanga. You see, if these things happen at KwaZulu-Natal, where I'm coming from, I can fight as this fighting. Chair, I'm trying to check if actually we can have the portfolio committee of finance with us and the Department of Treasury and the Department of sometimes we can pave the way forward, because there's nothing that we are going to get from the official that was presenting now. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Baba Uketa Mabala Wagwastone. I think, honorable members, before we allow some responses, I just wish to say I do understand the frustrations that we have as a committee. Nevertheless, we need to lead under those circumstances and show leadership properly, and I think this is what we're trying to do. I want to appreciate the fact that the Department of Transport has given it its best shot to see to it that the people of KwaMhlanga can have a better kind of infrastructure as it is needed. Maybe I should just ask two questions for clarity. The first question is that what will be the position of Treasury in terms of the high-speed train and its route as announced by His Excellency, the Honorable President, in his budget speech? Is it a project that is going to be fulfilled? And if yes, is it not, if it goes up to Musina, is it not going to via Mpumalanga and ultimately KwaMhlanga? I just want to check that. And I also want to check, I appreciate the issue of Sandral dealing with the condition of the road as it was presented. When can we expect Sandral to start at that level? Or maybe I should say, if they have started, at which phase are they? Yeah, let me allow the department and then the Treasury, as we appreciate their presence here, to respond. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I will invite Treasury to respond to the issues that colleagues have raised. I will sum up after, and then I'll give DG as well, and then I will conclude.
Masbonge. Nancy order say Pumile Treasury.
ngale idinga isiNdebele. Mina ngokuhlala ngibuye eFlaglaagte number 1. Mangifunda esikolweni bengikhwela ibhesi yePATCO engisa etekisi. Isogolo yabantu bakwaNdebele ngiyayazi ngoba ngiyiphilile. Namhlanje ngisayiphila uma usakhwela ibhesi. Na ubereke treasury. Ikinga ukuthi awuqali into zala ubuya khona kuphela. Jemdele uqale zonke izinto lezi ebakubekela zona etafuleni. Nasiqala iproject le yeMoloto bekumele siqale nalezi ezinye ezibuya kwamanye ama-province. Isizathu sokwenza njalo, Chairperson and honorable members, ukuthi jemdele senze sure ukuthi wonke umuntu obuya enarheni ezifana nezakwaNdebele bathola isizo nokulekelelwa kwarhulumende wethu ngokufanako. Nasiqala iproject le, Chairperson, azange siqale ngelihlo lokuthi sifuna abantu bekhaya ukuthi bahlongakale. Kwanami ngisakhwela ibhesi kwanamhlanje nangikhambe ngiyothatha uma. Into esifuna ukuyiqala ukuthi sizokhona na ukuthi si-afford into le, ukuthi abantu bekhaya bangatholi itreni namhlanje bese iminyaka ezako itreni le asisakhoni nokuyi-maintaina bese ayisabi khona. Angifuni ukuthi i-committee le ibone ngathi thina e-treasury asifuni, asikhathali ngabantu bakwaNdebele. Ngibuya kwaNdebele, Chairperson, and into leyo ukuthi eMoloto kuyafiwa ngiyazi kuhle nje. Nginabantu bekhaya bahlongakele bebakhambe eMoloto ngingababala namhlanje. Mara kosele nawubereka into ebuhlungu ukuthi nawubereka e-treasury jemdele uqale yonke into lekhona efuna imali. Bese uza eParliament uzotsho ukuthi le jemdele inikeza imali. Kosele inikeza imali ngoba at least wenzile umbereko ukuthi why mele into le inikeza imali. So what we are asking the committee is not ukuthi we don't want to fund the Moloto corridor. What we're saying is there a possible way to make sure ukuthi i-project it is sustainable and it is affordable? Now, ngamani siyenze ngamanqozinqozi, ngamani sithome silungisa indlela, senze sho ukuthi indlela irehe, ukuthi lezi ezikhona inkoloyi nembhesi ezikhambako endleleni zikhamba kuhle. Bese siya ku-phase 2, bese siyenza ngama-phases. So, Chairperson, e-treasury thina zange sithi awa abantu beMoloto akhe bayofa, azange sitsho njalo. Sibawa irhelebho yokuthi ikhona na indlela esingayenza ngayo iproject le ukubana ikhone ukuba nemali. Bese sazi ukuthi masenzela abantu bakwaNdebele sibenzela into ehle and into ezohlala isikhathi ezosiphakamisa nathi sibabantu bakwaNdebele. Ngibawa ukuthi ninikeze Ms. Ulrike an opportunity to explain the technicalities, but as umuntu obuya kwaNdebele and umuntu obereka e-treasury, angifuni ukuthi i-committee le iqabanga ukuthi abasikabakhathalele abantu bakaNdebele. Ngibuya kwaNdebele kwamina, Chairperson. Ulrike, please deal with the technical questions. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
Thanks, Mama Mampho Mudise. Asirakele phambili simtholo Ulrika.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to start from the top and then I'll work my way through the questions.
Sorry for the interruption. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Sorry, Chairperson, I did not want to interrupt the previous speaker. Would you be so kind to give me a basic summary of what was said? Unfortunately, I'm trying my best with COSA at this stage, but so please, Chairperson, I was tolerant in allowing the speaker to finish. Could you please just give me a basic summary? I'd appreciate that.
No, that's okay. What the speaker has said in a nutshell is that she's also from KwaNdebele. She understands the difficulties that are there when it comes to the transportation of the people of KwaNdebele. She also Her mother is still there. Her family at a particular point was involved in these nasty accidents. It's not a view of the Treasury that people from Kwandebele must not be assisted. They, as the Treasury, they have to ensure that all the projects that are there countrywide are looked at, and including the Kwandebele projects. There is a view that from Treasury that the sustainability of the road of the project as a whole should be looked into in its totality. That is why they are of the view that let's start with the road, clean up the road and ensure that the number of accidents that are there are reduced. And then move to phase 2 properly, so that after the work that will be done there is sustainability in all at all levels. Am I interpreting you well, Member Modise?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that's it in summary, Honorable Member. Thank you very much for asking. Ulrike.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So let me start with from the top of Honorable Hansinger's questions. So you're right, sir. A Treasury Approval 1 and through a Treasury Regulation 16 process takes you down a very specific path that some of the other social infrastructure projects doesn't necessarily apply to other infrastructure projects. The importance of the first part of what I'd said around the economic evaluation is what applies here. So there are two methodologies that we use to kind of justify investments. The first is the cost-benefit analysis. And in that, and as I explained, that isn't necessarily just about the costs, but it's about the benefits being greater than the costs. And just to kind of jump into the question that Honorable Manu asked around, did we factor in all of these other long-term costs? So the beauty of a cost-benefit analysis, and when it is done well, it includes all of those things. It looks at the full costs over the life cycle. That would include both the direct costs, which sometimes we might refer to as the financial costs, but also the indirect costs that are then associated with the choices that we make. But then it also considers the indirect benefits that then also comes with that. And a lot of what this then means is that when you look at projects, in some cases, they don't, a cost-benefit analysis won't necessarily apply to larger social infrastructure projects. But what we then do around all of that is we then look at what we call a cost-effectiveness analysis. And what that does is, the assumption there is that irrespective of what option you choose, the benefits are the same, and what is the most cost-effective way to provide that service. So in a healthcare situation or in a housing project, those are the alternatives that we then look at, because the welfare benefits that comes out of that investment that is then made would accrue to everybody in the same way, irrespective of what the option is. And what you really want to do is you want to provide an option that is fit for purpose. I'm going to ask the Department of Transport to deal with projects being signed over to PRASA and all of those. In relation to us, the Treasury having an anti-rural approach, I mean, I think one of the profound things in the policy, specifically around the integrated urban development framework, is that it recognizes the importance of the rural-urban linkages that we have. And those rural-urban linkages goes beyond just a kind of transport linkage, but kind of the food and raw materials. But I think what we're saying here isn't necessarily that it is anti-rural. What we're asking for is that the investments that we make are fit for purpose. So when the welfare benefits are the same, what do we then do to ensure that we get the particular outcomes that we want around all of this? And in the short term, given the kind of densities that we have in the study area, there might be alternatives here. And one of the things that that maybe we need to consider here, which is really what our conclusions are about in our review of the feasibility study, was that it's what we currently propose. The current proposal is taking people to jobs, and maybe an alternative, or partly an alternative to that, because it might just be both, is bringing jobs to people. And our conclusions are really in saying that should we make substantial economic development investments in the area, given what we're currently seeing around densities and around low provision of services in the area, and should we be looking at other alternatives that isn't necessarily just about taking people to jobs, but also bringing jobs to people, and which ones will kind of give us the best outcomes? And maybe it is both. And what we're basically just saying is those options need to be explored around all of that. Honorable Mabena, let me just first clarify. The 2008 study from the Mpumalanga department had a cost of 8.9 billion rand. The total cost of the project in the 2014 feasibility study from the Department of Transport was 57 billion rand. Now, the cost is one thing, but like I said earlier on, when you do an economic evaluation, what you want is that the benefits need to outweigh that. And what do we then do in relation to that? But I think it's also important that what we're trying to understand here, which is what is quite clear in the NDP and in the IUDF, is what we're trying to do is break the apartheid spatial legacy that we have through future investments that we make. And the question now is, when we are now asking people to still have relatively long commutes for 118 kilometers, is whether we are breaking that apartheid spatial pattern or whether we are entrenching it. And the options that we need to look at is how do we then break that? Because part of putting down permanent rail infrastructure is entrenching an apartheid spatial pattern that we should really work really hard at breaking. Then Honorable Sitole, so the Treasury didn't do a feasibility study itself, and short of saying that what we don't want to do is we don't want to encroach on the mandates of other departments around all of that, because that's really what it is about. So when I'd highlighted the functions of the Treasury in the PFMAs, the Treasury sets the norms and standards around effective and efficient financial management and the management of assets and liabilities and revenue. So what the Treasury then does in relation to that and our responsibilities is to review the proposals that the Department of Transport then makes around all of this. I'm reminded as I say this that when the Minister of Finance initially introduced the PFMA into Parliament, the forward in that original PFMA was quite profound, because it said that the PFMA is based on allowing program managers to manage and holding them to account for their management decisions. And if we had to do the feasibility ourselves, then what we would be doing is we would be managing programs on behalf of program managers. I am not a transport planner, and the team in the Treasury that looks at this consists of, I think, one transport planner and an engineer, but this is not our core work. And what we don't want to do is undermine the transport planning capabilities and capacity that sits within the Department of Transport. Then, Honourable Chair, you asked a very loaded question about the high-speed train and our views around all of that. The beauty of doing an economic cost-benefit analysis is that will tell us what the results are, that will give us a sense of what is the next best place to spend our money. And I mean, it would be, so in the absence of the significant work that the Department of Transport is still undertaking around all of this, it would be premature for us to give a view on something that we are numbers people, that the numbers will then show on whether the benefits outweigh the costs, or whether this is even a fiscal investment, or whether this thing can be carried by the private sector. And there's significant uncertainties around assumptions around freight rail, because that can then pay for itself. So it doesn't necessarily mean that this is something that will need fiscal support. And it's too early for us to say anything on that. And then just on the last comment or question that you had raised around SANRAL progress. So Chair, once the Political Oversight Committee had made the decision in 2014 around proceeding with the road, and we had got confirmation that the provinces transferred the road over to SANRAL, funds were then allocated in the budget. So SANRAL was allocated funds as soon as Mpumalanga and Limpopo had transferred the road to SANRAL, and there's a budget for that. That budget is quite significant, and has been there since probably, I think, around 2016, maybe even earlier than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I go to the minister, let me just ask this question. Would it be appropriate for us as government to say at this point, when there is a project which seemingly like the Moloto rail corridor is being checked by the department in terms of its feasibility, that we go to the people of Moloto with an answer that begins to say the rail corridor is not going to happen. Is that the best way? Because as Mamdisa has said, that SANRAL is doing something, and maybe this thing can be taken on phases as studies are completed, which I think would have landed in a better way from the people of Mpumalanga and the people of KwaNdebele. I may just want to hear a comment from Treasury when it comes to that, before I allow the minister, anyone from Treasury. Because as we stand, the information we have is that Treasury is saying this thing is not feasible, full stop of rail. And if I was correct, I've heard Mamdisa saying maybe let's look at correcting issues, build the road as we have given it to SANRAL, and thereafter look at the possibility of then moving forward, which may actually buy us time to allow the department to complete its feasibility study concerning this other project, and as to whether that project may actually be solving the problem we have in terms of the Moloto corridor. Let me just hear your response on that, so that then I go to the minister.
Thank you, of the Treasury, we always put forward the proposals by the different departments. So the last time we put this proposal, we put it to the Ministers' Committee on the Budget, and those are the ministers that said the project was, as the Transport Department alluded earlier, that there's still work to be done. So Treasury does not stop the projects, Chairperson. We always present these projects to the ministers on the budget, and the proposals that are approved by those ministers go to Cabinet, and they require a Cabinet approval where the Minister of Transport is a Cabinet member. So in terms of us as Treasury technocrats, what we always do, Chairperson, if the department has done a feasibility study and they followed a proper technical assessment of the project, we always put it forward. Then cabinet is the one that makes the decision on whether we need to put the matter in front of parliament, meaning we must include it in the budget or not, and then parliament makes the decision. But it is cabinet that makes the recommendation on whether we need to fund a project or not. I understand from the Department of Transport perspective that they may think Treasury stops the project, but Chairperson, we do not have those powers projects from being considered by cabinet, and we always try to get cabinet to make a decision on these projects. What we can do, Chairperson, for Department of Transport is, and we have been doing this for quite a while, is to help the department. If we think that the proposal is lacking certain elements, we try and help the department to improve on their proposal, and then we take the proposal forward. But we don't stop proposals, Chairperson, going to cabinet. Cabinet makes the final decision on what goes into the budget and what gets presented by the Minister of Finance on budget day and on MTBPS day. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG Mamudisa. Jola, sengithembela kuwe ke manje.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. First, the reality of the matter is that government did pronounce on Moloto in the State of the Nation, and commitment was made that this rail will be delivered. It is something that doesn't start now. It started from 2004 to Premier of Mpumalanga, Matthew Posa. And then the whole concept of the Moloto rail corridor came up in that context. And subsequent to that, this was supposed to be implemented, budgeted, and taken off the ground. Conceptually, it will be incorrect that government doesn't fund corridors simply because they are not economically viable. We do because of socio-political reasons. Such funding of such corridors elsewhere in the country could happen. So to close ourselves in a corner and say that we don't, it will be highly incorrect. But to an extent that we want to generate the revenue out of it, those considerations in the feasibility study would have been made. And I think government, power structures in terms of decision making from a financial point of view considered this matter. Twice came up and said that there is no funding. Now, I cannot come to the portfolio committee and lie and tell you stuff that is not true. Because tomorrow you are going to say, ethically, I've lied before Parliament. I can't tell you that there is money when there is no money, and that there is a project when there is no project. And when I came in, and in 2019, July, I talked about Moloto Corridor. I went talking about the road expansion. And in this particular instance, I went there, I negotiated with the Gauteng government to come to the party in terms of the road option, which we're currently implementing. I'm not a thief, neither is the government that I lead. The fact that we've got Zondo Commission today is not out of putting a blind eye to corruption. We have even tried our own and even said that corruption is not tolerated. So this broken record that the ANC government is tolerant to corruption, if we were tolerant to corruption and we had nothing to do about it, we will fudge it. And there will be no Zondo Commission, everything will be under the carpet. All the dirty linen of corrupt people and the allegations that have been made will not be known. We are in the form of a TRC of Zondo Commission to investigate the state capture. Who took that decision? Is the ANC. We must disabuse ourselves about the fact that, yes, there is corruption in government, especially where there is a management of huge resources. There is corruption. People are corrupt. There is nothing you can do about it. The question is, do you have checks and balances to be able to hold them accountable and deal with those who are corrupt? That's the challenge of governments around the world. And to an extent that we have been affected here in our country, yes, we have been affected, especially ANC-led government. We will not deny that. And that is why we have accepted and we're doing something about it. So do we have money to basically build a rail corridor? We don't. Do we have a possibility of working on a solution going into the future on this? Yes, we can. And that is why it's important that we need to do that and work on it and continue to work with Treasury. And I think members of Parliament, I don't undermine them because you have gone down. I've been to the union buildings. I went to accept a memorandum. I've seen people camping there and fighting. I didn't run away. I went there. I'm not a person of limelight. I went with the media to Moloto to launch a project of the expansion of the road of Moloto, the road we are talking about. That is a killer road. I went there not to go and, get limelight over corpses of dead people. I am working on a solution with PATCO and everybody so that in the meantime, even the bus system in that place is actually upgraded. I confronted the people in that area. I was addressing them there. I told the people there in a big tent, they came. They wanted to disrupt. I spoke to them. I told the police to leave. I told them that I don't have money to build a rail. I know you were promised a rail, but I don't have money. I came here with loads of money to expand this road. I went with Gauteng, and then Sandral was handed over the road by Gauteng. It is all over the news, and we're implementing it now. Now, the fact that it is our policy even now to move people and goods from road to rail is not a contradiction, because it represents us going into the future. But the fact of the matter is that this thing was mishandled. And I cannot come here and tell you that, no, it was properly done, and I want to blame it. It's the ANC that is in power. And we have not handled the Moloto road corridor properly. And the reality of the matter is that it is on dotted lines. Those people have got all the right to protest, but I've gone to them. I've spoken to them. They said they want to see the president. Ikumkani yamandebele funa ubona umongameli ngoba bacabanga ukuthi no bona bangamandebele abathathelwa enhloko njalo njalo and so on. I said lokho singakulungisa. And even umongameli angeke aqamba amanga athi unayo imali ingekho. So Treasury never committed to this. And that is why we gave you a feedback to this. So how was it mishandled is because the two departments, transport, and we made commitments not only here, even with possible partners and all of that outside the country, and we left the project as it is. Now, we need to look at how we can salvage that. Now, it's not going to happen next week, but our policy says we can move, we're moving people from road to rail and goods. And that's what we are supposed to do. We and Treasury still have got to look at this going into the future, and with all in the context of our recovery plan, what can be done. I'm busy now with the feasibility study on the issue of the speed rail. Now, if Honorable Mabena says that no, we are neglected because Siputwa 8.9 billion project, Tina, we don't deserve it. It's because it will ring bells. It will make sense because we have pronounced on that we are going to we're going to build what is called the Moloto rail corridor. Which money did we steal out of this? Nobody. It's not like there is a project that has collapsed and monies have been stolen and ANC government must be blamed because it failed to implement the project and it gobbled up fiscus. I mean, money that belongs to the people. That is not the case. A problem of miscommunication and mismanagement is a problem. I cannot, as a Minister of Transport, pronounce anything that the DG would have come here and presented without Treasury agreeing to any of such. I can't say I'm going to go to Mabopane and I'm going to build Mabopane rail corridor and I get the president to announce that in the State of the Nation address and there is no money dololo to do that. I pronounce and the president pronounced because we are going to do that. Central line in Cape Town, we are going to do that. Now, we have come here to answer the question that has been posed by the portfolio committee and we have given you an honest view about the steps that have been taken and Treasury is here, is telling you the truth. Now, things that happen in this country, they happen because we've got a strong Treasury. We don't have to agree with Treasury on anything. If we were to agree with Treasury on everything, this country will have long collapsed. We can't agree on anything. We've got to, as a department, convince Treasury and even go to Cabinet and then agree with Cabinet that this thing can be done. Now, I can't say conclusively Moloto rail is not doable going into the future. But what I cannot commit is that it is in our plans as we speak. What is in our plan and what I've pursued and I've ensured that is implemented from my announcement of July was that there's going to be a road expansion in the Moloto corridor. And that's what I'm implementing. And I've signed on dotted lines. The project is transferred from Gauteng to Sanral to become a national road. It's no longer a regional road. It's killing our people. It's going to be bigger, better, and all accommodative in all aspects of civil engineering that is required to expand that road. I mean, there are branch lines that we're talking about, reviving, working with the private sector, and at the same time bring the private sector and revive them in the context of moving people from road to rail in other provinces as well. I think this project can find expression there, but I can't come to the portfolio committee and say, this is what I'm going to do. The fact of the matter is that pronouncements were made, but they were not fulfilled. So we have given you a feedback today, Chair, as I conclude. We have given you a feedback about what is happening. Treasury is also here. And I've told you that I'm building a road there. Mpumalanga combined as well as Limpopo. And therefore, I don't have money to build rail. But the project is noble. It's something that can be done. And when I'm ready to explore that possibility, how it is going to be doable, I will be able to report on that. Even tomorrow, again, if you want me to go back to KwaNdebele, I'll repeat that. I've met with those people there. Ngisakwelita inkosi phaya inkomo. Ndiphuma pha emsini ndivelodibana nabantu bakuthi. Andithethi ngoba ndihleli kamande eParliament ndiphuma phakathi. I'm from there on the ground. I was there. When I launched, I was not there with television in the streets. I went to speak to the people. And then I told them, if bathi nginamanga bangaphinda ungafumana nescript ku SABC nakuphi abantu bethukisa, I addressed them. Amaphoyisa khona ngawatshela aphume. There was no rubber bullet. Besilwa bethukuthela. They were angry that we were promised a road, a rail corridor. Where is it? Now we are bringing a road to Mbalul. We don't want a road, we want rail. I said, unfortunately, that is not doable. I've explained that. I went to the union building. They said they want to see the president. They've been camping there. And then I said again, I will go back and talk to them and engage with them. And then I want for themselves to speak for themselves, even if ingaba ngukumkani noba ubani na sihlangane, and then as a minister, and we make even an appointment to President Abekhona. But from my department point of view, I'm appointed here by the president to oversee the project. And I'm telling you, this is what has happened. And I can't say I'm proud of that, because we have not come to the party to fulfill what was promised to the people there. But we are doing something about addressing the expansion of the road and ensuring that that road is now in the hands of national government, and Central is the leading agency to do this particular work. So I am open, and it's not only Moloto that I'm working on. There are many other projects that we are working on in the context of rail. And like I've talked about the branch lines, working with the private sector, seeking concessions in order to get these things done. But those things don't just happen. You can't pronounce things that you have not finally. It's like agreeing to organize a World Cup in South Africa and you don't have government guarantees from Treasury. I was a minister of sports. I know what it takes to agree to every international event in the Republic. That is why I even canceled the Commonwealth Games, and I was able to stand in front of the people of South Africa and say we withdraw that at no cost, because Treasury said, no, we don't have money to cover this. Yes, we agree, but we can't give you the guarantee. It's not achievable, given the state of our fiscus and where we are. This is not. So I know. And then that is why, even if the bid was granted, I was able to come back and say, this thing is not doable. So you can't in this country agree to anything because it doesn't make us look good. But I don't want to apportion blame to anybody. We are governing now. We take responsibility for what happened in the past, but we are correcting going into the future. We take blame, but we didn't steal any money from anybody. The project did not collapse. All what happened is that there was misalignment in relation to the implementation of the project. Can it be revived? Can it be implemented? I think in the context of infrastructure projects and everything that we seek to do as this government and our policy and vision in terms of the NDP, this thing will be resuscitated and it can be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for a detailed response. I think the takeaway is that in the long run, this project can still be done. I think we need to be patient with each other so that we don't talk past each other. As I draw to the conclusion of this meeting, I see a hand here of Babu Mapena. Babu Mapena.
I'm towards the Chairperson, but I think there was a question which was asked by Honorable Mangu of whether the loss of life was costed or not. That question has not been responded to by any of the people that have been making summaries here. Has the loss of life been costed or not? And if it was costed, how much is, what is that cost? That is the question. And Chairperson, I think after this item, we're dealing with the program. The minister has made a commitment and here to the portfolio committee that he will come with us when we go and do a report back meeting in Mpumalanga, and that the National Treasury would also tag along. These presentations which they're giving us here, those presentations must be done to those people there in Mpumalanga. And fact of the matter is, the department was invited when we went to Mpumalanga. They were nowhere to be found. They sent junior staff members there. So you were given an opportunity, Minister Mbalula, to be there on that day. You didn't pitch. You sent junior staff members to come with us in Mpumalanga. Even Prasa sent junior staffers to come with us.
Point of order. Point of order.
Either way, Chairperson, the minister is
Can't
here.
be distorted when I'm still alive. Point of order. Order, Chair.
Now, can they respond to
I was in Mpumalanga.
Okay.
I was in Mpumalanga.
No,
ngahlangana nabantu balaphana ngabatshela ukuthi this project ayikho. Awapha manga engiwakhulumayo.
don't
distort me.
respond. I'm saying to you, when the portfolio committee went to Mpumalanga, you were not there. You sent junior staff members. I'm saying you are making a commitment now that you will come with us. We are saying as a portfolio committee, we're taking you up on that offer. You must come with us. National Treasury must take along. When that feedback is given to those people, because we went there as a portfolio committee, we said we're coming back, we're going back now. And I'm glad that we are making that commitment. It shows that you're committed to your job and to your work. You must come with us. We'll sit there as a portfolio committee. You lead the presentations, as we have done in this virtual meeting. And I think that is we're taking you up on that offer, Honorable Minister. I know that you are Mr. Fear for call. So like there's nothing that you fear. Let's go there. Give this presentation. That's all we're asking.
Okay.
That's all we're asking. And can they respond to the costing of the loss of life? And if there was that costing that was done, how much is it? People that died on Moloto Road, till today, Road Accident Fund has not paid them anything. Breadwinner dies, Road Accident Fund is broke, doesn't pay nothing. It's a fact which you must know and understand that this government is treating the people of that area this way.
Okay, Honorable Mapena, thank you. Honorable Onsinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you to Minister Balula. In all fairness, I must also say I've been involved with this committee since 2014, and never before we've seen such involvement by any of the previous ministers. So thank you for that, Minister Balula. Personally, I appreciate it. It shows interest in the portfolio and your work, and also in the work of the portfolio committee. Chairperson,
yes.
I also want to, through you, Chairperson, to the Minister. Minister, you referred to your speech of 2019, where, as you explained it now, you referred to Moloto Road, not Moloto Rail. If I can refer you to paragraph 39 of your speech, where you particularly referred to the Moloto Rail and that you will fix the feasibility study, while in 2015 and 18, Treasury already rejected anything related to the rail portion of Moloto. But to be constructive, Chairperson, I propose that we get the opportunity, if it's at all possible, to have a look at the report of Treasury of the two feasibility studies. There was a feasibility study in, as I understand it, 2008 or 4, and another feasibility study. Surely there must have been a report from Treasury on the feasibility study, which then rejected the outcome, so that we now hear it's been rejected in 2015 and 18. So therefore, Chairperson, I propose that the portfolio committee gets furnished with these two reports so that we can scrutinize it. That would be my proposal going forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, let's close this matter. I think I've tried my level best to accommodate everybody and close the matter on the note that I think indeed I would want to request that we deal with this matter as objective as possible. I think the minister is objective here. The fact that the minister is able to say there were commitment made, and because I'm leading government now, I'm prepared to be blamed. I think the issue here is not to blame anybody. The issue is to try and assist as much as we can as this committee. We want to think, I think, let me, on behalf of the committee, Honorable Minister, appreciate the window of opportunity of from the department of re-looking at the issue of reworking on the proposal of a rail whilst the road is going. I think it's a positive move towards the direction which the people of Moloto will want to hear. And as a result, where we can assist as a portfolio committee, we will put our weight behind this program so that finally the people of Mpumalanga can get what the government promised them. I think we are agreeing on the issue of the 2008-2009 report. If there is no issue about that let's relook into them, let's have them, let's study them and see what can be done. I think that would not be an issue, Honorable Minister. Am I correct? Thank you very much.
Correct, Sal. Correct, yes.
No, thank you very much. And I think let's also say to the Treasury, there is information that we got of understanding how things work. We want to take the positive from your presentation of saying Treasury may also be able to assist in the process that the minister has outlined, that he is willing to afford the department and himself an opportunity to relook into this issue. And Treasury can actually assist in terms of helping to fill the gaps where there are gaps. I think that is positive enough. Let me hasten to say also, I am a product of the rural masses. I always strive, amongst other things, to see them being empowered. I wish to say, maybe from where I'm seated as a chairperson of the portfolio committee, I think the presentation by Mayor Ulrike I think it's correct, of saying let's not take people to the place of work. Objectively, for people of Mpumalanga to travel 118 kilometers every day, actually a big issue. But I think the issue is when does that take place? If we get overtaken by events, we may have issues like what we have now, where subjectively people will want to say no, but the rail corridor will help us. So if we can try and assist each other on that noble idea of changing the apartheid landscape and doing what we think should be done, I think I appreciate that issue. It's just that we must endeavor to implement before people stand up. We are going to be dealing with our program, as Honorable Mapena has said, and I think we will take a decision there and we'll respectfully communicate our request to the department, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and the officials. I think this matter then is closed for now. We will then interact with the two reports. We want to thank the department for being here. Honorable Minister, I think let me just hasten to say there is an outstanding report from item number 1, the ERT bill, number 1 of 2020. The department has requested that we should give them ample time so that we see, can't we resolve issues that are there amicably? And I'm happy that the DG is also here. If we can all work towards assisting the process going forward, I will appreciate it very much. Otherwise, thank you very much. You are released as we'll be dealing with the report. If you still have time, we are not hiding anything, but if you have other engagements, we want to thank your commitment all the time to be with us as we.
Chair, thank you very much. I just want to react briefly to what Mabena was raising. I've been to that community before the portfolio committee arrived. Never ran away from anybody. Bayangazi abantu balapha. And I spoke to them and I told them that government does not have money to build a rail corridor. So when the portfolio committee came, and the fact that I could not make it, it is not because I was undermining the portfolio committee or any. I've been there, Honorable Mabena. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. You are released, liberated, and team. Thank you very much for attending. Treasury, thank you very much, Mamdise. Can we now deal with the last item of the day, draft committee program? Valerie?
Chairperson.
Yes, Mahlati.
Chairperson Valerie is cut off.
Okay. Why has Valerie cut off Mahlati?
I think she is experiencing load shedding, Chair.
Oh, that's better. Okay, you can continue. Do you have information on this report, Mahlati?
Chairperson, I think Advocate Elma can respond.
Thank you very much, Mahlati. Advocate Elmanel.
Chairperson, I'm just opening the report here. The draft report, I think, was also sent to members for consideration. As we do every time, we just want to bring to members the attention of the focus areas that the House Chairperson indicated. The main focus area for the next term is the budget reports as well as the strat plan and APP reports. There was an indication that there's a week for oversight. However, that was conditional and linked again to other factors that the House Chair mentioned, one being that committees that do have legislation before them will have to do their best to prioritize the legislation. But Chair, nonetheless, the draft proposed program for the 4th of May is a briefing on the strategic plan and annual performance plans from the department, and a request to include aspects on the DLCA so that we don't have a separate session on that, as well as PRASA and its subsidiaries and the railway safety regulator, as well as adoption of minutes. Then on 5 May, Chair, there's a proposal again for STRATPlan and APP briefings by AXA, Sunroll, CBRTA, and SAMSA. Chair, then also Thursday, it's a very packed week that we're trying to make use of all the oversight time as well there, Chair. Thursday, 6 May is again STRATPlan and annual performance plans of the RTIA, RTMC, and the Road Accident Fund. Then, Chair, that next week, Tuesday, 11th May, is the consideration of the draft report on these strat plans, where the members will then have to assist us with finalizing their observations and recommendations. And on Wednesday, the 12th, we hope to have the adoption of the report. Chair, this is done in this way because the plenaries and the debates on the reports follow very soon after the 12th of May. So we do have very limited time to get through all our entities. We do have 13 entities, Chair. And then proposed Friday, 14 May is where we will get the feedback from the ERT bill, which was this later this evening's issues. Wednesday, 26 May, again, is the ERT bill. And then Thursday, 27 May, we are proposing the 4th quarter expenditure and performance briefing by the department. Friday, 28 May, is the deliberations, again continuing on the ERT. But Chair, just referring back to Friday, the 14th of May, on that first engagement, the rest of the program will obviously depend on what happens in that engagement and what additional work will be required on the bill. If it is required for us to slot another bill in at that time, we always have the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill, which is also in the program. Chair, just getting back to the draft before members, Friday, 28 May is again ERT bill. And we've done it in this way because of the members' request that we try and focus on one bill at a time and not do two bills on one day. Chair, then Tuesday, 1 June is where we get the responses from the department on the written and oral submissions to the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill. Wednesday, the 2nd June is where we hope to start on the deliberations on the NRTA bill. We continue this on 3 June and 4 June. And then we hope on 4 June also to get the department's briefing on the Transport Appeal Tribunal bill and hopefully process the motion of desirability of the Transport Appeal Tribunal bill. Chair, it's a very short term. I think it ends up being 4 or 5 weeks. And because of the legislation before us, we are trying to get all of that in. Chair, this program also considers all the aspects that the committee brought up in the strat plan session and the APP planning session for this term. The only aspect that, because of the term being short, that we would hope to have done was some additional oversight issues there, Chair. But again, Chair, one of the other things that we as the Secretariat have possibly considered for members, if members recall when they came into the committee working with us, we did that first briefings on the strat plans and the APPs at the entities. So our only problem with that is if we do, for example, oversight to go to PRASA, as members, some members have indicated we do need to have another look at doing oversight at PRASA and the stations. That would mean that we can only do PRASA, Stratplan and APP on that day. We won't necessarily be able to do more than one. If we are lucky, we might be able to do Railway Safety Regulator along with PRASA, because we always try to keep the rail, the road, aviation and marine guys together. But Chair, this is the draft for members. We did our best. We used all the possible time that we could. Again, Chair, as always, we do say it's a living document, but this one is currently framed according to the focus areas given by House Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Baya Advocate, about the program. Members, here's a program. Nanku Babulisa Kwamangu, followed by Honorable Chris Hunsinger.
Chair, I wanted to request the advocate to include a very important item on the agenda, that is my birthday on the 8th of June as part of the program. Please, it will be appreciated, advocate. Secondly, Chair, this is serious. I just checked. I don't think we received this draft. It was very difficult to follow it.
You received it, Honorable Member.
Chair, I'm back.
Can you tell me when, if possible, so that I can go there? Then I can comment later, because I was trying to grasp things quickly. I apologize. If anybody can, when we received it, then go there while the other people are contributing.
12:09.
Chairperson, Chair, I'm back.
Yes,
I've
yes.
sent the program. I've sent the program early this morning.
No, I was giving Honorable Member. I received it around 12:20.
Yeah, we are sleeping, some of us, that time. I guess that's the problem. But Chair, if you don't mind, can I come in then at the end when you have taken other?
It's okay. It's okay,
Thank you.
Honorable Member. Honorable Chris Hunsinger.
Chairperson, I was looking for a while now in my emails, and I am still looking. I would submit that I didn't receive it. As you said, around 12:20. I still there's been APPs and strat plans which has been sent out by Priscilla, but I still fail to find the program. But it's important that we approve the program, Chairperson. I don't want to use this to hinder the process. I really, because we've got the budget speeches coming up, and it's a particular deadline which is important for us to meet and at least engage with all the entities. I appreciate the fact that we cluster the themes. It's important to speak to all the rail entities on one day. But then if we could also have the arrangement in first seeing PRASA and then, well, first the railway safety regulator and then PRASA. That order is particularly important for us to first have an insight on the safety before we speak to the operational issues relating to PRASA. Chairperson, but then it's difficult to judge the rest of the program because I've got nothing in front of me. It might have been useful to screen share, but then I also accept that we weren't all locked on. So
I think let's do that. Valerie, can you screen share?
Chair, I just emailed the colleague, the Honorable Hunsinger. Check your email. I just forwarded you in the meantime.
You are progressive. Thank you. Honorable Hunsinger, let's allow you an opportunity to check. Babuma Uma Pena Masrakele Family, Mhlonishwa.
No, towards the Chairperson, I think I'll take a different posture from my colleagues. I did receive the draft program at the time which it was sent. Okay, looking at the program, Chair, one can see that it's only about a 30 days program, 4 May until the 4th of June. It seems the second parliamentary term will be a very short one. Now, I don't have a particular problem with the program as it is, but perhaps the explanation of the lack of oversight, is it attributed to the brief and short nature of the program, or is it obviously because we're dealing with APPs and whatnots? But I see on the program there's no scheduled oversight whatsoever by the committee. It's just the briefings and the NRTAs and all other bills which we'll be deliberating on. But I see that there is definitely lack of oversight. Is it attributed to the fact that it's just for 30 days, or is there any other plausible explanation which perhaps why we don't have? No, sorry, it's not 30 days. It's about 60 days. It was 4th of May. No. I think it's about 30 days, Chair. I think I'm right. Yeah, that's it.
Chair, do you want me to respond to that?
Yes, Valerie.
Sorry, I don't. Chair, the program runs from the 4th of May till the 4th of June. The letter that we received from House Chairperson and the program indicate that there is a constituency oversight period from the 4th of May until the 7th of May. The letter from Houseperson says when committees apply for oversight in that period, it will be based on the merits, and obviously it will also be approved based on the the preparations for the budget votes, because that period is normally just a committee period, but this year it's oversight and committees, which brings me to the question that I asked you yesterday, was whether members want to utilize that week for oversight. And if there is a decision for that, Chair, there's a need to couple that week, the oversight week, also with the preparations for the budget vote. Because at this stage, we don't know. The budget vote starts on the 13th of May. We don't know yet in terms of the program, of the Parliament program, when the budget vote for the Department of Transport will be slotted in. If it's slotted in from the 13th or very early, Chair, it means the committee has to finalize and publish its report on the budgets and the strat plans and APPs of the department by the 11th. So, so if members do decide to utilize the oversight period and meet with the entities where they are located, there are a couple of implications. Number one, the committee won't be able to meet with all of the entities. It might only be able to slot maybe 2 or 3 in per day based on logistical arrangements from the Tuesday until the Friday. And also, Chair, there must be sufficient time for the committee to finalize the report on the budget and the strat plans of the department and the entities and publish that report before the department's budget vote. And we will probably only know the date of that budget vote in that first week of June. Maybe we'll get the first week of May, maybe we'll get a program towards the end of April, but there's nothing concrete yet on which department will debate on which days. And I saw in terms of the Parliament program that the plenary starts at 10 in the morning, and it may go up till 7 at night. So, so it's ideal and it's advisable that the committee finishes its reports on the budget and the strat plans by the 11th of May. So oversight and the briefings must happen basically then at the same time.
You done, Valerie? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Let's hear Honorable Stolle, followed by Honorable Chris Hunsinger.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Actually, Chairperson, there is that 6th of May from 9 to 14. I always know that on Thursday we have caucuses. So now I'm trying to check. There will be no caucus on the 6th of May. And then another thing, Chairperson, that I'm trying to check here is that I'm serving in 2 committees.
Yeah.
I'm serving in 2 committees. So now I think most of the time I won't be available on some of these programs. And the other Chairperson is that one. I don't want to be hostage as it happened today, because if we say we start at 18 to 20 hours, but today now is 20 to 10. We're supposed to finish at 20 hours. So now if they say 20 hours must be 20 hours, it mustn't be above that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stolle. As you lower your hand, Honorable Chris Hunsinger, and followed by Baba Olisa Wabamanu lastly.
Thank you, Chairperson, and again, thank you to my colleague, Honorable Mango, for assisting me in sending the program so promptly. Chairperson, looking at the program, I think we must be accommodating. We've got a lot to work through up until and before the 12th of May, including finalization of our financial report. Therefore, Chairperson, I would also submit that we do not that we do not allocate time for the economic regulation of transport bill in the way that it is here, given what we've decided today. Obviously, there will be a short meeting around this in terms of what the department suggests as the going forward. So I would propose that we prioritize the NRTA bill and bring that forward to Wednesday, the 26th, and not engage on the ERT bill, apart from a short session where we just get an indication of how they would want to write it over or redraft the bill or whatever. Then further, Chairperson, I also propose that what we've got on the program for the 27th of May, and that is a very important fourth quarter report from the department, that we move that into daytime. In other words, also in one of those two slots where we would have looked at ERT and not engage in any sessions in the evening. I found it great that we were lenient in allowing people to do public participation submissions on the NRTA bill in the evening, but I don't think we must get into a habit of that regard for general stuff, especially for an important quarterly report, because the engagement involves scrutinizing whole quarter's report, and to push that in at the slot after 6 would complicate the situation, as Honorable Sithole just expressed. It is not something that one can rush, and therefore I recommend that we put it in one of those slots, either on Friday, well, which is also bad, but on Wednesday during daytime rather. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Baba Ulisa Wabamani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I tend to agree with my colleague who just spoke now. I can't agree with Kedamabala at all, Honorable Kedama. I'll call him after this meeting. I agree that let's reduce the time for the former single economic transport, whatever it is called now, without the S. So I support the proposition as my colleague presented now. In fact, to be more specific, maybe I could concretize it by saying that discussion, which was scheduled for Thursday, the 27th, we put it on Friday, the 14th, during the day. Or rather, Wednesday, the 26th, rather. Wednesday, the 26th, and maybe we can squeeze something else in there, as the colleague was saying, NRTA. I agree with that proposition. I also am of the view that, well, the suggestion is that we prioritize the NRTA, but given the submissions we have received and everything, I think it will be very difficult to conclude this piece of legislation in the next term. But I think let's give it a shot in the best way that we can. Chair, I am, however, concerned by the absence of oversight, as the other colleague was saying. Because if we are to travel, it means this program will have to change drastically. Maybe barring the decision that we take on the Moloto rail feedback, maybe let me make the bold proposition that says maybe we do not do oversight this time. We just focus on what is in front of us and give it the best shot. That will be my additional bold statement that I make there. But other than that, I think let's go with it, and we will amend as we go as the parliament program becomes more concrete, as was suggested by the team. Thank you, Chair.
I think two issues from my side, honorable members. I think let's also be fair to Honorable Mapena. And I'm not setting any precedents, Honorable Mapena, that we should find time to brief at least the people of his area in terms of how far we have moved. It may be in a form of visual if we are not going to be able to go there, but at least let's brief these people. Because we had said, as we have committed ourselves, that by end of March we will brief them. And I can hear he's trying to remind all of us, and so I think let's stick to our promise and create a space for that between the 4th and the 7th. On the issue of economic regulation bill, I was counting here, we have only 1, 2, 3 days to deal with this thing. I don't know if I'm counting correctly. It may be very late. Am I correct, Valerie?
Yes, Chairperson.
I think when we meet, my view is that when we meet on the 14th, let's take a decision on the way forward. We shall have given the department and everybody an opportunity. If we, for an example, say it must be redrafted, this is a living program. We can then squeeze other issues there. But let's not create an impression that we have already taken a decision and we're kicking this thing out. It may not send the right message. I think the issue of the Thursday evening on the 27th, I think members are correct. I agree with members there. Let's see what we can do. And there was another Thursday where we needed to hear if we are given an opportunity this time to stay away from our caucuses. I know members will not love that because they respect their caucuses. That is on the 6th of May, as Honorable Ketamabala have said. Can we get a response there, Valerie?
Chair, there's always an avoidance to schedule caucus during a committee week because committees have previously complained about that. So there's normally no caucus in that period, but I would not suggest a meeting on the 10th because I know the House will be sitting on the 11th. So, but there's no caucus yet for that committee week.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can I see a mover and a seconder?
Chairperson.
Yes, Chair, thanks. I think I would look, I have no particular qualms with everything that has just been said. The explanation by Valerie, I think it's plausible. But I think I would just want to register my objection to giving feedback to the people of Mpumalanga through the virtual platform. I think that would be just cowardice of us. I think we committed that we'll go back. Look, even if we don't have to go back in this current second term, we can defer it to maybe the third term there's no particular challenge because of the congestion and the need for us to, once Parliament has scheduled the budget vote for transport, we'll have to publish our own report in terms of the portfolio committee. So that might just consume quite a lot of time. But I would then say, Chair, if anything, we don't have to schedule it within the second term, the report back, but we can schedule it maybe within the third term. But virtual, Chair, I can't.
What was making me to say that is because they've already interacted with some of us. They are ready to receive whatever information. And let me rather suggest, if members agree, I'm sorry, if they allow us to go to them in the third term, well and good. I was just saying, let us not be seen also as a portfolio committee reneging from our commitment of saying we'll see you definitely at the end of March. If members agree, let's write a letter to that structure which had organized and say we are congested, and suggest if we can meet in the third term. Failure to that, then we shall have to arrange differently. Am I covering you or accommodating you, Honorable Mapena?
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. I think I'm well covered.
Okay, let's take that route. So with that, you move.
Yes, Chairperson, with that I will move.
Thank you very much. You have water next to you. You're very hot. Thank you very thank you very much. Any seconder, Honorable Manu?
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Valerie?
I third, Chairperson, I third.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hunsinger. Anything else?
Nothing from my side, Chairperson.
Let me just say in conclusion, I apologize to the members who have held hostage. But I thought it was important that because we wanted to interact with the Treasury and the Department on this matter of Moloto corridor, I must also give honorable members an ample time to raise their views. This was a once-off thing. Otherwise, I would have been viewed as
it's 22 hours.
As a chairperson who is inconsiderate, that we have been looking to interact with these people and they are here. Now I begin to limit members. I want to apologize to those members whom we held hostage. It's in the course of us doing our work. Otherwise, I want to thank you very much for the commitment you have, for the love of your people from where you come from. I am not taking anybody mistakenly for having said what they said. I think it was during the heat of the debate. We will mature as we move forward. Otherwise, thank you very much. Long live everybody. Let's go straight back to our beds because you have said it's late. All of the best to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Long live Advocate Nell. Long live.
Long live the chair. Long live.
And the person sitting on the chair.
Thank you very much, members. We will